Good evening, the great people of Biafra all over the world. Good evening, the great people of Africa. I welcome you to this evening section. It is very, very important that I let our people, you know, I put this record straight. It is very important that I put this record straight because our people are being deceived all over the place here and there. That is the reason why I am going to use 30 minutes to put this record straight. Then I will be joining with the that interactive section that the members of the DOS will be having. In 30 minutes, I want to achieve something quickly. So share this video, share the video. In 30 minutes, I want to achieve something. I am going to be, bringing, to you exactly what the so-called Iduu, the way they are busy deceiving our people. Busy deceiving our people in the name of Iduu and in the name of knowing history. And Chukwu Okike Elohim from Aba told them, I don't have problem with any of these people. I don't have problem with any of them. But whenever they say something that is contrary to what Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is doing, I have problem with it. Like I tell you, I do not have problem with anybody. I don't take anybody issue personal. But if they go astray with the preaching of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, the great leader of this movement, we are going to, interfere. That is exactly what I want to do now. I am going to be bringing to you what that woman who called herself Iduu Queen, but I call her Iduu Psychopath. The reason why I will be bringing you what she said yesterday is that, whenever she is busy talking, so many of our people, get carried away, believing that there is something reasonable about what she is saying, even if there is some good findings that she did, or investigation she did, or research that she did, and she come and be presenting it in this manner. There is something you need to understand tonight. Where you are watching me from, there is something you must understand, and I want to make it categorically clear to you that the enemy, the way the enemy, they manipulate our people. Prior to the time of colonialism, they will always present something that looks like a truth. I am not against her findings and her Iduu initiative. I am not against it. But what I am against is that now Iduu was never there. Iduu was never there. Ever since Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was outside, ever since Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was in this struggle, nobody talked about Iduu. Nobody ever talked about Iduu replacing Biafra. That is where my problem is. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was there preaching Biafra. Ojukwu came, he preached Biafra. Even if Mazen Nnamdi Kanu tell us to go and make a research with regards to Iduu, if there is anything about Iduu, if we make that findings, if we make that research, as an obedient follower, as an obedient servant, as a person you call your leader, will you just, this time that he is not with us, you want to use Iduu to hijack the platform, because everybody knows that you calling Iduu as Biafra, trying to replace Iduu with Biafra. Iduu is your initiative. You've been saying Biafra is dead, Biafra is fraud, Biafra never killed you, that we are here. Iduu is your initiative. And the reason why I say it is your initiative, and that initiative is what you want to use to divert the attention of our people, in the name of calling Mazen Nnamdi Kanu your leader. Yesterday, you told us Mazen Nnamdi Kanu died. He died. Then you went and wake him up. You and your angel from Aba went and woke him up. That was what you were telling us yesterday. I am going to time this broadcast immediately. It is 30 minutes, on top of the hour. Immediately when it is 30 minutes before the top of the hour, we are going to join with, we are going to join the interactive section with the DOS. That is going to be live in Brefra, Echo, and the Rapture Media. So we are going to join it live. So what I am here to tell you, I want to detox that that thing that woman is planting in your head. It does not make sense. It is a reasonable person supposed to know there is something suspicious about what that woman is doing. There is something seriously wrong with that approach that she is bringing on the table, telling you Iduu. Biafra is dead, this and that. You never told us that Biafra is dead ever since Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was outside. Ever since Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was preaching Biafra. You did not discover Iduu. You did not discover anything about Iduu. But now Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is not with us. You want to hijack the struggle with Iduu. Let's even play a devil advocate. Let's say that your findings are correct, that we are supposed to be answering Iduu. I like to explore in history that we are supposed to be answering Iduu. Why can't you wait? Since you are acting like you are correct, why didn't you wait and report it to the person who gave you the assignment to go and research about Iduu? Why did you not wait? If your conscience is correct, if your tidings is of good to this struggle, why did you not wait and report it to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu? That is the reason why sometimes when I look at you, Nelly, I believe that there is something wrong with you. Whenever I look at you, I believe that there is something fundamentally wrong with you. Because this is not just this is becoming serious. It is becoming serious. It is no longer a child's play. It is no longer a child's play. It is becoming serious. What you are doing is what the Britain did to our people prior, colonialism. Because when they arrive, they will present you things, that, furnish it, garnish it, spice it up. You will be believing that these people are presenting something, the truth. They want to help us. They want to do this. We gave in. We gradually gave in. The reason why she keep preaching Iduu for you, Iduu, capitalizing that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu talked about Iduu. But Mazen Nnamdi Kanu never said we must replace Biafra with Iduu. For you to understand, there is a hidden agenda behind that Iduu that she talks about. Let us play this video that they present. Let you hear it yourself. Yesterday she appeared in different form. She appeared in different form. I can advise you, my sister Nelly. I can advise you, my beloved sister Nelly. Mend your ways. Mend your ways before you begin to go mad. Begin to mend your ways. If you don't mend your ways, you will go mad one day. Because even yesterday you were talking, your eyes is blinking. Your eyes is closing like, yesterday you were talking, your eyes is like this. Does it mean that what we talk about you being a psychopath, is it the truth? Is there something wrong with you? Do you think that you can come from nowhere and manipulate our people? Do you believe that you can come from nowhere and manipulate our people? No, you cannot. You cannot. Those who are believing in that your agenda and philosophy, I want to ask those people, you say Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is your leader. You say Onyendu, our leader, our leader, our leader. Did our leader tell you that when he is, captured by the enemy, you should tell people that Biafra is dead, Biafra is a fraud, Biafra is this and that? Is there any way, anyhow, he said so? Let me play that video that our people may understand where I am coming from.
Defend our land. That is what people have been waiting for. Opportunity for currently known as Enugu State. That is originally known when our ancestors inhabited this great nation. It was known as Iduu, the thick forest of Iduu. This thick forest of Iduu is where our great ancestors, Adam and Eve, lived. They changed it and called it the Garden of Eden, but it's actually the Garden of Iduu. It is the great forest of Iduu. Our great ancestors inhabited the great forest of Iduu. I am from the great forest of Iduu. They renamed it and called it Enugu State. It's currently known as Enugu State. The Jehovah Chukwuekike named it Iduu, Agu Iduu. I am from Agu Iduu. Agu Iduu is in Iduu Ubo. Iduu Ubo is in the great nation of Iduu land. I'm also currently the Assets and Fund Recovery Officer of IPOB. And it's with great pleasure that I'm here today to send the message of redemption, the message of freedom. This is the message that will set us free. And I'm here to share this message with you guys. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nelly. You just calm everything down as a queen.
She said that
we have. I think we have. Hello, my blood.
She said that she is currently the IPOB asset recovery. Asset recovery. The same asset recovery recovered and hijacked the account of IPOB. This is the same asset recovery that she is talking about. There are
because some people have been I can see her that it's like we are starting the struggle from the beginning.
Money in the account. And then when you got to the bank, maybe you even took a ship, maybe you flew by air, maybe you walked through desert, you suffered and got to the bank. You got to the bank, you told them that I have money here that is waiting for me. And then they looked around, they couldn't see the money. So they probably went and got the bank manager for you. And the bank manager was able to dig deep and found out that there's actually money saved for you. But the problem is that you are in the bank with the wrong name. You are in the bank with the name that your friends gave you. You came to the bank with a name that probably people that didn't like you, maybe it's a nickname at school, in high school. You presented that name to the bank manager. And the bank manager is looking at you. Every other information falls right. There's every indication that the money in the bank is meant for you, that you're the person that owns that money. It's your inheritance. The money was saved for you. But unfortunately, you came with the wrong name. You came in with the wrong identity, the wrong name. And after the investigation, the bank manager comes out to tell you that, yes, there's money saved up for you here. Probably millions of dollars. That they could see it and they could identify that you are the owner of that money. But the problem is that you came with a wrong identity. You came with a name. There is no way, just like the bank manager, there's no way the bank manager will give you that money with a fake name. Because the name that you're known in high school is a name given to you by your friends. Everybody knows you for that name. But your money, your inheritance was not saved for you with that name. Your father or your grandfather or your great-grandfather that saved that money in the bank for you, saved it with your real name. Until you go back and get your birth certificate and then come back with your real identity, you will never get what belongs to you. You will never get that money. The bank manager will tell you to go back and get your real identity.
I want you to pay attention to this her manipulative analysis, because no matter how much sense she will ever believe that she is making, you know, there is no atom of sense or reasoning that, you know, will justify her action, that she claims she went and made a research and found out that, you know, Biafra is actually supposed to be called Iduu. You know, totally, I must be honest with you, totally, you know, even if there is something truth behind what she is claiming, believe you me, she is more manipulative with whatever that she discovered, because she wants to use that thing that she discovered to, you know, hijack this struggle. She wants to use it to hijack this struggle. Prove me right, and I will tell you that if she is not trying to hijack the struggle using her findings, it is, you know, she was supposed to wait for Mazen Nnamdi Kanu to return, for her to now, if she have respect for her leader, because I am not here actually to insult anybody. If she have respect for her leader, if there is any atom of respect or regard that she have for Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, I do not, you know, believe that there is any reason why she will come out to tell you Biafra is a fraud. Biafra did not kill us. The reason why they gave us Biafra is because they want to be killing us. You know, bringing all sort of, you know, claim just to back up her insubordination. Bringing all sort of claim just to, you know, to polish her insubordination. That will justify her insubordination. That will justify her manipulation. You know, there is something that you should understand. Whenever they want to manipulate you, whenever they want to seriously manipulate your brains, they might bring something that looks like a truth, or they will bring something like that is, you know, that is furnished with the truth around it. They will present it to you in front. Behind it, they will quote it. You don't know what is inside it. Inside it is manipulation. Inside it is, you know, displacement. Inside it is, you know, sabotage. Inside it is extrajudicious killing. That is what, you know, the Oyibo people came to do to our people. When they bring it, place something like that looks like truth in front of it, behind it, everything that is coming behind it is all lie, it's all manipulation, it's all extortion, it's all criminality. That's what they do all the time. This is why I say their sabotage is more constructive than any other thing. It is more constructive. That is the reason why she keep telling you, Iduu, 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 Iduu. Even if there is any atom of the truth in what she is saying, her presentation, you know, her presentation, whatever she is doing, proof there is criminality behind what she is doing. The way she is presenting it, proof there is criminality behind it. You are not the leader of this movement. The leader of this movement is captured, which you claim that he was dead. Maybe it's his spirit that is in the DSS dungeon, or maybe you are telling us that he was dead, so that when he comes out, you will tell us his brain was lost during the process of recovery, or during the process of resuscitating him. He lost his memory. Because I don't understand exactly where you want to head to now. He was dead, just like you say. Let me move it to see if we listen.
We are at the point that we are like almost like at the bank trying to claim what belongs to us. Our freedom belongs to us. We have fought, we have died, we have done everything. And right now we are at the point that we are getting ready to get our freedom. The unfortunate thing is that we are presenting a wrong identity. We are presenting a wrong name, and we can never claim our inheritance with a wrong name until we go back and get our accurate name.
But I want to ask you, Nelly, what is wrong with you that this time around you are closing your eyes, opening it while you are talking? Is it what they told you that when you do, you will be able to manipulate? You will get people, dancing to your tone? Is it exactly what you are up to? I don't know why she is talking, closing her eyes. Closing her eyes, seriously closing and opening it. I don't know if there is something wrong with this person. Because this is a new dimension of their manipulation. Talking and closing her eyes. I don't understand exactly what is that all about. Is it what they told you when you do it, you hypnotize those watching you? Of course, you cannot hypnotize people like me. People like me, we have gone to wherever that is ungoable. We came back. We decolonized. You cannot hypnotize people like us. So, the most important thing that I am here to tell you now, or the most important thing that I'm here to ask Biafrans, if there is any truth in this woman, if there is any respect or regard for our leader in this woman, do you believe, even if her claims was supposed to be right, do you believe that it is the right time that she's supposed to present it? Is it the right time she was supposed to present it? You couldn't wait for the person who gave you the assignment to come out. You started giving yourself 100% mark. You started giving yourself distinction. You started giving yourself everything, flying colors. Does that make you a good follower? Does that make you, a good citizen of the country that we are fighting to achieve? Because this is exactly, this is exactly the way we were manipulated into colonialism or into being colonized. They keep championing, they keep promoting one thing, they keep telling you this is it, that is that. At the end of the day, the agenda for presenting these things behind what they are presenting to you, the agenda is more dangerous than the preaching. The agenda is more dangerous than the preaching. And that's exactly what you are doing. Iduu. We know there is something about Iduu. Of course, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu told us there is something about Iduu. So don't even think that you are the one who is making people to understand there is something about Iduu. It is not you. But I can assure you, Biafrans all over the world, the reason why this woman is doing what she is doing, she wants to replace Biafra with Iduu, and she wants to hijack the struggle. Because if she does not want to do so, if she believed there was an assignment given, why is she not submitting the assignment to the person who gave her the assignment to mark the assignment? Why is she marking the assignment herself? Does that make any sense to you, Biafrans? Does that make any sense to you people whom leave your brain empty while going to, watch this, these saboteurs? Because I believe that there is something fundamentally wrong with anybody who will believe in this woman's philosophy. There is something wrong with you, seriously. The leader of this movement, the leader of this, movement is suffering in the DSS dungeon. You are here to tell us that the reason why what he's been preaching to us is a fraud. What he's been telling us that we must achieve is a fraud. That is dead. It is for killing us. That is the reason why there is a extrajudicial killing all over the place, because of what our leader was preaching to us or telling us that we must try to achieve. And now your philosophy will now overcome or overshadow the philosophy of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, who gave you the assignment that you come here to give yourself 100% mark. That is criminal. That is criminal. Believe you me, it is criminal.
We go back and get our birth certificate that bears our real name. We can never claim our inheritance. The bank manager, because of our sins. The only thing that makes us, God turn his back against us is sin. When we sin, God will turn his back against us. And that is why Lucifer was able.
I can agree with that here, but I will not agree with, the reason behind this preaching. Just like I have told you, they always present things that look like the truth. I can agree with that. It is because of our rebellious nature that God will turn his back on us. Turning his back on us because of our rebellious nature. And that is the same rebellious that she is proving to you right now. The rebellious. She is rebelling with the person that she called her leader. She is rebelling with the person that she claimed that gave her asset recovery, which she claimed that she is in IPOB. When they were giving you asset recovery, did they tell you that there is you should leave asset recovery and start changing the name of IPOB, the name of Biafra struggle into Iduu struggle? Is it what they told you? I just don't have enough time, to explain to you, to give you the analogy between the truth and the philosophy of this woman. It's just, I don't have enough time. I'm supposed to give you the true, analogy between the truth and the philosophy of this woman and what she's presenting to our people. Manipulation. That's what you are presenting to our people. Anybody that is following, this philosophy, that person is not obedient to the leadership of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, believe you me. That person is not and will never be obedient to the philosophy and the leadership of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. That I can assure you. Because that is what she is doing. Telling you that Biafra, let me see if I will push it a bit further.
Done their own research, but just that the name, we have used the name Biafra for a long time. They find it difficult that how can we change?
The way they put the cloak on him to deceive him, to distract him, to lie, to make him reject the freedom that he's fought all this while. That is how they put the cloak upon us and called it Biafra. Biafra is a name that is intended to be used to destroy us and kill us until we become extinct.
Did you hear that? That Biafra is a name that they used to kill us. They used to destroy us. That is what he said is
what has been saving us.
It is a name that is used to kill us.
Making sure that
let's play a devil advocate. Let's say there is something, coming out from you.
And that is the name that we are going to claim this freedom with. It is our real
Are you the leader of this movement?
Iduu is our real name.
The asset recovery
we can never claim what
department
we
that
with
you
a fake
claim that you are
Biafra is a lie. God can never give us our freedom with a lie. We have to be whiter than white and whiter than
snow. Did you give it to yourself?
We cannot get our freedom based on a lie.
Are you the leader of this movement that you will change the narrative of this struggle? Are you the leader of this movement that you will change the name of this struggle without consultation with the leader of this movement? And you are calling what he's been promoting a lie. You are constructively calling Mazen Nnamdi Kanu a lie. That is what you are doing. Constructively calling him a lie. Let us finish listening to what she is yapping. You know, I wish I could present to you her face and the way she is behaving while talking all this rubbish. I believe you will understand there is some psychological problem behind this that she is presenting to you. Behind this, you know, what she is presenting to you, there is some psychological problem, seriously. That is, you know, the problem of this woman. She wants to hijack the struggle by telling you Biafra is what they gave to us to kill us. Biafra is what they gave to us to destroy us. You know, I know there is something beyond Biafra. I believe there is something beyond Biafra that we're supposed to be called, you know, but we are waiting for Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Only Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, when you present it to him, if he deem it worthy, if he deem it as a true philosophy that we're supposed to promote, only then we are going to acknowledge it and accept it. Without that, you are a criminal in this place. You are a criminal in this place. I know so many of you who are autopiloted and Iduu, you know, Iduu, whom they have hypnotized. Iduu hypnotized, you know, you will not understand where I am heading to or where I am coming from. Because if you are indeed a wise person, you hear this woman talking rubbish. You hear this woman telling you that what 5 million people died for is a lie. That is exactly what you're supposed to be thinking about. That Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, when he was there, she could not get the result of her Iduu findings. She could not present the result of her Iduu findings. Only when they have sold Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, now she is presenting her own philosophy, telling you that this is what we're supposed to answer. I hope you understand the explanation. I hope you understand it very well. If Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was here and she is presenting this, I think I will understand her more. I think I will respect her more. I think I will, you know, promote her more. But in as much as Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is in the predicament, he is in the hands of the enemy. All of a sudden, new philosophy sums up. People calling themselves queen. The other one is calling themselves son. The other one is calling themselves king. There is something behind it that is above, you know, empty brain understanding. There is something behind it that is above empty brain to understand. Because those that are promoting what she is promoting right now, they are the, you know, suspected criminals in IPOB. They are the Janjaweed in IPOB. They are the Ata in the midst of this maze. That is exactly what they are. The reason why they've been promoting Iduu, Ubo, you know, and the next thing they do, they gather money from you. They run an open radio. Where are they heading to? If I may ask, where exactly are they heading to with all that philosophy? They run and open a radio station in order to promote their Iduu. The reason why they're promoting their Iduu, eventually, if we get angry and decide to take these people to court for prejudice and sabotage, we know what they will say. They will tell you they are promoting Iduu. They are not promoting Biafra. Because they know exactly what they are doing. Let's go to the broadcast. Thank you very much. Let's go to the broadcast. I am going to leave it here. Thank you for that, reminding me of that broadcast. Let us join the broadcast of the DOS. We are going to join it live. Actually, we are going to join it live. I am going to present it to you live and direct. If they let us go there, maybe we are going to continue with this, topic next time. We are going to continue with this topic next time. But for now, we are going directly to join the members of DOS interactive section. Let me see how we will be able to join it live. Okay, now found it. Is
the unadulterated, non-negotiable sovereignty of the Republic of Benin.
Yes, here we go.
That your will may be fulfilled in our time belongs to you. Nigerians are not sincere by Remy. They know, as I tell you on Radio Biafra, the whole world is listening. When I tell you that Nigerians are insincere people, you must believe me. There is something dishonest in people that is incapable of human development and civilization. Once you are a zoo, monkey, or baboon, you must live your life in infamy because you are a Nigerian. Yoruba man has spoken. Nigerians are not sincere. As I did before. He's a Nigerian, no? He's telling you that their people are not sincere. Did I not tell you before that they are not sincere? You want to know what is insincerity? I will give it to you the way it is. Because the zoo is patently evil. Nigeria is evil. Do you know how much they stole? 400 billion pounds is in Europe, is in Asia, according to UK group. Ocean and Zoo, the amount of money they steal will start off a tsunami. 400 billion. Very close to $1 trillion. An amount of money that can build second Niger bridge, pay for free education for every child, make sure that all roads are built, you have running water, you have electricity, your university is funded. 400 billion pounds stolen by the monkeys and blame it on these people. You have 400 billion pounds stashed in 3 continents. They are the elite. These are the people that America wants to give weapons to. The world must hang itself in shame. The whole world must be ashamed of itself. You want to give guns to people. You want to give jet fighters to people. You want to give aircraft to people who are complicit in the impoverishment of their own people. These are the people responsible for the impoverishment in Africa, the poverty in Africa, the premature death, the hunger, the disease that they're suffering from. These are the people you want to sell guns to. You want to sell guns to somebody who has gone out to bank 400 billion pounds. Over dollar, not naira. I said pounds. 400 billion. This news is being reported by white people over the COG, the UK group they call them. Now you understand why they want the zoo to be one. Now you know why they want one Nigeria. Because the so-called Nigerian politicians, they steal all the money meant for child's education.
Anyị ga-etigbu ọwụsa ị na-amarụ Chukwu ịna-ekweghị na Chukwu amakweze anyị ga-asọdara n'ala wekọ ọkọrịsị and then we know that one we talk is with majority. If God be with us, who can be against us? Onye Chukwu dị masịrị azụ enweghị atụ ya Onye Chukwu okike kwuru azụ enweghị atụ ya Karịtọ na ndị Kano Chukwu abịa ma ọ bụghị n'azụ Indigenous people of Biafra Chukwu abịa masịrị n'azụ I can hear the Lord saying, do not be afraid of your enemies. The Boko Haram you see today, you shall see them no more. I will support the jihadists, you shall see them no more. Says the Lord Almighty, I am with you. We must get to the promised land. The promised land is called Biafra, the land of rising sun. Obodo Chukwu gọziri agọzi, obodo Chukwu chọrọ mma, obodo Chukwu mere eze. Anyị tigbuo awụsa dị n'amarụ Chukwu, tigbuo ha sogbuo ha tona ha. Anyị tigbuo awụsa dị n'amarụ Chukwu, tigbuo ha sogbuo ha tona ha. Anyị tigbuo awụsa dị n'amarụ Chukwu, tigbuo ha sogbuo ha tona ha. Anyị tigbuo awụsa dị n'amarụ Chukwu, dị n'amarụ Chukwu webiere dị n'amaghị Chukwu okike mụ, ndị n'amaghị Chukwu na dị ndụ, ndị na-ekweteghị na Chukwu ọba ma bụchi n'ọbụ ya bụ Chikere anyị. Anyị sikwa ụka ndị na-amarụ Chukwu, ndị na-akpịsị ala na-arụsị ndị na-amaghị Chukwu ọbịa, ndị na-amaghị Chukwu okike ha. Ọla mere ọ na nwanne kere ahụ nwanne pụta n'ụzọ were ife ajụnarịla gị maka ire ego o ji rụọ anyị. Otu aka bibi n'ihe human rights chọrọ iti redio nyere ụcha tọkọrọcha. Otu aka zụrụ ike chọrọ iti redio n'ego chọpịọnata. Mana Chineke ya bịa ịma na Chukwu okike na dị ndụ. Onye nyere anyị Nnamdi Kanu, Joshua of our time. Nnamdi wetie mkpụrụ ọkụ si Chukwu ọbịa ị ga-agba obere. Ka mụ ga-eme n'ime nwapụ ka mụ bụrụ onye nwụrụ anwụ ihe bụ ihe Nnamdi. Nnamdi Kanu Chukwu gọzie. Nnamdi Kanu Chukwu gọzie gị. Nnamdi Kanu Chukwu gọzie gị. Onye amụma nke anyị. Ụwa zuru ike. Rocha sokọrọcha. Ụlọ Jonathan. Bilie ụba right. So we went to the moon in Uber. The boy out the door. Ah, Jesus, be a program. Nah, you go out here. Oh, you want to see now your brother. They won't want them. So, boy, we are soldiers of Biafra, in the name of Chukwuemeka, we shall conquer. We are soldiers of Biafra, in the name of Chukwuemeka, we shall conquer. We are soldiers of Biafra, in the name of Chukwuemeka, we shall conquer. We are soldiers of Biafra, in the name of Chukwuemeka, we shall conquer. We are soldiers of Biafra. In the name of Chukwuemeka, we shall conquer. We are soldiers of Biafra. In the name of Chukwuemeka, we shall conquer. We are soldiers of Biafra. In the name of Chukwuemeka, we shall conquer. We are soldiers fighting for freedom. In the name of Chukwuemeka, we shall conquer. We are fighting for our motherland by the grace of Chukwuemeka. We shall conquer. We are soldiers fighting for our rights. In the name of Chukwuemeka, we shall conquer. We are soldiers of Biafra. In the name of Chukwuemeka, we shall conquer. We are soldiers of Biafra. In the name of Chukwuemeka, we shall conquer. Can't you manage to one go on the area? We have more on I reach to go. We not have your idea. We put no go with heroes fight like Biafra soldier. Here go not we are soldiers of Biafra. In the name of Chukwuemeka.
Against us. Even if Britain intensifies the reform, even if it tries this very life, tries the instruction, tries even the shades and medicine, even the saints may rise and some even the God of the Father and the joy of the no matter what they do, no matter how they torment their raised, it doesn't matter how God mentally. In the land of God, we shall never everyone. Jesus Christ shall your face, we will help us now. Yahweh shall come, and this Lord is with us. Chukwuemeka Biama, the same God of Jacob, the same God of Shadrach and Meshach, this God of his people, the same God of Shadrach and Meshach, this God that will heal us all. We shall worship thee, Yahweh is your grace, your word is here, and we shall be your right to come to pass. All our belief that Biafra shall come in our time, and we pray that it's all this very year that you are blowing in the lives of men, that we may kneel and bow before thee. Your hands so ready to man support, may Jamman be still like you make a prominent. Go to Tony, never again, so Ugama won't believe every day.
Sir?
He said,
He said,
Once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra House Service, coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olo province of Biafra land. Today is the 20th day of February 2022. Before I bring in my guests today, do not forget what is happening in our land. Hope Uzodimma is deceiving our people by dashing them phones and dashing them in order to buy your hearts. You understand me? And what has been happening in Iduu since yesterday? They are killing our people and burning our houses. These are the vandals. These are those that came in the guise, the Boko Haram, in the guise of a Bubago. You know, before, during 1967 to 1970, the saboteurs in our midst, many of them, they were very few, and they fought some clandestinely. Today, Gowon has made good his plan. Do you understand? That instead, had it been that he knew our people, Igbos, he would just give a fraction of the money that he used in importing weapons and mercenaries to fight us, billions of dollars. He would just release a fraction of it and give to some Igbo people, and they will now do the job very well. They will do the job very well for them. They kill our, they say they will do the job for them. No need of them, risking their life. This is what is going on today. Exactly. Is what most of them are not killing our people? They remind all of them. They use the excuse of Nigeria, a country, doing that. You know, is it not shameful? Is it not a very shameful thing that we resemble what they call us? It is very, very shameful, honestly, that you see these politicians, our own people, so to say, will be killing their people in the name of being, maintaining their political office or offices. Hi. When Ottoman Danfodio single-handedly manipulated the brains of the Hausas into conquering themselves, he said to himself and to his Fulani brother that this is the land that Allah has given to them, because the people here are highly stupid. They are manipulative, gullible to manipulations. That's why they kill themselves. And that is why he vowed to dip Quran in Atlantic Ocean. That is that part of the world. And during the transatlantic slavery, most of the transatlantic slavery took place in West Africa and in Biafra land because of gullibility, because people are treacherous to their own people. You understand? Somebody said the difference between black and white: blacks are evil, wicked; whites are evil, wicked. But the difference is that blacks are evil, wicked, but they are gullible. They are not wise. Whereas the whites are wise, the Caucasians. They are evil, wicked, but they are wise, very wise. All their treachery, all their evil they are doing, they are committing it for their advantage. against other people or other races, so that their people will be living better lives, gathering, stealing from outside and bringing to their people, whereas our people are killing our own people. Their evil and wickedness are against their own. You see it? Anyway, I'll not go no further. Tomorrow is another day, please, because we need to preach the gospel. I will go into just few minutes break so that I'll bring in my guests, because they are there waiting. You know, they are there waiting. So I'll just go into few minutes break so that I will bring them in. Please don't go away.
But there is one thing I want all of us to understand this very evening. We are facing a very formidable array of enemies, both external and within. And we are going to overcome each and every one of these obstacles. That I can assure you, that they may know that the God we worship is an invisible God, not a God that was wrought by the hands of men. For we do not worship idol, and we can never ever worship idol. Is impossible. This very family, this IPOB, belongs to the Most High. And that is how it's going to be until Biafra comes and beyond, to eternity. This evening, I want to place it on record that our enemies are intensifying their attack against us from every corner. I am not saying this as lamentation or complaint. I am only trying to prepare our people for what is to come. You are being prepared for what is to come. The time has come to separate the chaff from the wheat itself. Our march is very, very near. The enemies are trembling, they are quaking, they are doing all they can to try to stop us. But they have failed very woefully, and they will continue to fail. But I want to tell you that we are getting attacks from everywhere all over the world. And very soon, they will buy over some of you. Some of you, they will buy some of you over. The spirit of Ipob, Yasika, and Ifajuna are still in some of you. When the time comes, they will buy you over. I am not doing this program tonight to ask all of you to be strong. I am doing it to remind you, not that if they succeed in buying you over, you're not going to stop what we're doing. You can't. You cannot. Not in a trillion years. But I need you to appreciate one very simple fact. That at the end of this very race, everybody will testify that indeed the same God of Israel, of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the same God of Eheri in Aguleri, the same God of Umweri, the same God of Ora-Eri, the same God of Uwe-Eri, the same God of Arochukwu, not to be known by the true God, one true God. You will know that indeed, not only is he omnipotent, but that same God is the owner of this very agitation. No human being can stop it. We have enemies, and we need to be very, very careful, both within and without. Very, very careful. The next 2 weeks will be very pivotal. Next 2 weeks will be very, very important in the life, or should I say, in this very mission that we have embarked upon. The devil will do everything. And you are going to watch spectacularly how we are going to destroy and shame the enemy. At the end, every glory and adoration will belong to God and not to man. Now let us go and tell you what is happening that some of you do not understand. I want those of you who are hardcore, those who were chosen before you were born. There were some people who were chosen before they were born to agitate for Biafra restoration. This is a message for you. Those who, from their mother's womb, they were born to do this very work. You must be very, very strong. Because Biafra will open the eyes of black people all over the world. Because Biafra will mean that blacks from America, blacks from the Caribbean, from Southern America, they will all flood into Africa. It will be like the time that Yeshua was born. Biafra is like a light, a beacon. They will follow it. They will say, let us go and see what is happening there. That is what these neo-colonialists do not want. They don't want Biafra to come. I am telling our people so they understand the mountains. I didn't say one mountain, the mountains in front of us that we need to overcome. And for us to overcome it, we need to be very strong mentally, mental strength. Just like when you're doing anything in life and it appears as if you are being buffeted from everywhere. That is the time that you no longer rely on willpower or your muscles. You go to your brain to endure and to persevere and to keep going until you overcome. That is the stage we are in right now. To make sure that our brain is in gear to confront everything the Janjaweed has to throw at us. We don't have money. Their budget is over $20 billion to fight us. They can bribe Facebook. They can buy them off. They can do anything they like. They can come to some of you and bribe you off. They can promise you what you've never had before. They can give you maybe a house in Dubai. They can promise you a vehicle. They can tell you, oh, we'll make you vice president. They can promise you anything to make sure that you're like them. But this very IPOB, this very hardcore is not going to move. And I will tell you why we can't move.
PM gwam not again on a phone concerning issue brief on everything animal all of that. I'm sorry for that. Concerning issue in Lagos, a place called Abulado, Anakbosi on the Bodia, Akotusi no ha. I make a few calls. Come marry we no dona FH. Never no dona ekwesi ha elo no dia. Beno ndi bojeje because ya na agwa na ego na kwuo na nwere ya eme. So the only thing about what me here na akponu ka akpoba Asorok maybe contact ka we nwee stop ha. But because everyone at this thing say go many times warning concerning all this issue. Culture ndi Igbo by the egwu na agba nketa. Problem ndị Igbo nwere bụ na ha were ego meruchi ihe niile bụ ego. Anyị adịghị political in life. Agbụrụ ọbụla adịghị political in life enweghị ebe ha ji azụ eje. Ha ya bụ confused people until ha adị political in life. Average onye Igbo ọbụla believe na ego bụ everything, ego abụghị everything. So tribe anyị na-eme ya. Ihe akpọ onye Igbo asị nwanne gị nọ n'isi si ya na ihe dị otu a stop one ya ikwucha ya ọkweghị ọ pụọ n'azụ ọ sị na ị na-aghọrị ya aghọrị ị chọọ ka o mee investment n'ebe ya bụ tomorrow to make a sort big money. They went and be doing the things they want. Then when the problem comes akpọkasịba na phone ka na-egbu ha na-enyere ha aka achị kurie ụlọ niile dị ebe a si kurie ya because undu stupid, very stupid. Jidofo eze nwa ọ gwasịwa n'ụlọ ihe ngwago unu maka concerning some of set up all these tribe and set you know when nuna amaho. Let me tell you, all this Lagos unu na-ego na invest in the Igbo na alopia. Ebe anyị na-ego ana sometimes jee na map allocation jụọ onwe gị kedu ebe anyị eri anyị na-ego ana kedu ihe edebe ya for. A place called Amodofe Ndị Igbo Gorigo is an industrial area.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra land, and today is the 20th day of February in the year of our Lord 2022. I am here as announced with our Deputy HOD, Mazi Nzurumike, and other coordinators both from South or Southern and Northern America, please. Some of them. Therefore, without wasting any more time, I'm bringing the Deputy Head of the Directorate, Mazi Nzurumike, to the platform. Mazi, over to you, please.
It's 1907.
I'm sorry, I touched somewhere and the thing just went off. Please, I will bring them back in, please. I will bring them back, please, so that we continue. We continue, please. Yeah. Mazi, please, let me interrupt you, please. I touched somewhere and the thing just got off. Please, start afresh. Yes, please. It's my fault.
I should retake.
Yes, of course. Do that. You're on air. Go on, please.
All right, thank you. Once again, I hope the zoo is not interfering. I hope the zoo is not interfering.
No, this is my fault.
Yes. You know how they roll. Yes, once again, we are back. We are back once again. Like I said, I am here, Mazi Chukwemeka Nzurumike. I happen to be of the great people of indigenous people of Biafra in the capacity of Deputy Head of Directorate of State, and I am not here alone, but here with great Biafrans serving across the board, from the western and northwestern hemisphere of this very globe. In the places like South America, we have Mazen Machi, who happens to be the representative of South America. We have also in the room those of them representing us in the northwestern part of this very hemisphere, of this very globe. We have in the person of Mazi Babachiyoki, who also happens to be Mazi Chijoki, who is serving us in the Pacific region of United States. We also have Mazi Samson Menandu. He is serving this very great movement in the central region of the United States of America. We also do have Mazi Kwanose. Mazi Kwanose is a great man. He's serving this very noble movement in the eastern region of the United States of America as the Eastern Rep. We do have a great man here, Mazi Collins Oguoke, a very wonderful and very, very, very efficient and very secular servant of this very great movement. I can tell you from Canada. He is the national coordinator of Canada. He is here in our midst. He is also here to address Biafrans across the globe also Mazin Didaworm should have been here, like I said before, but for reasons beyond his very control, he couldn't be here. I will move ahead, and they will be called in, of course, one after the other to address Biafrans, but I'm going to move ahead first and foremost. Like I have already introduced myself, and I will go ahead to do the needful by greeting Biafrans and thanking them for holding on till now, and knowing that we are also going to hold on continuously until what we're looking for is already on our table. We are not going to give up. We're not going to retreat nor surrender. I give you all kudos. Thank you for your tenacity. Thank you for your doggedness on this very, very effort. And I only will encourage you to remain where you are and work harder. But above all, your security is very, very of our concern, a great concern indeed. The amount of killings going on are just mind-boggling, and therefore we are very much concerned. I must tell you, we are very much concerned. I will not hesitate to thank Chukwu Kabiam, who happens to be the head of our lives collectively, especially the life of Onyin Dumazin and the Kanu, the very, very man that descended from heaven. Whether you like it or not, you might not like him, you may hate him, but he is that man that descended from heaven, and you must accept it as it is. He is the man that was sent from heaven. It wasn't a red man, wasn't a blue, a yellow man, wasn't a white man, but a black man that was sent from heaven in the person of Onyin Dumazin and the Kanu or Amadike, and they must release him whether they like it or not, because that man is innocent. He only came to tell us what Chukwu Abiyama said he should tell us, and that is his offense. And that is why they must release him, because Chukwu Abiyama is with that our leader, as you know it, he has been with us and always will continue to be with us. He set up this movement, a very peaceful movement for that matter, a movement that says all we are after is about our freedom, all we are after is about our God-given rights and alienable rights all the way from heaven that God has given to us. He said, no, the robbers must not take it away, and that is his offense. And we say no, for trying to go rogue and extra rendition our leader to the dungeon of the zoo is not gonna spell out what the zoo wants to have. Rather, is going to spell out what Chukwu Abiyama himself has in thought, and that is that this very hallowed movement must continue, that this momentum must grab more energy, and that at the end of the day, Biafra must come. And that is to say, our leader must be released without any hesitation, and unconditionally for that matter. Because what makes a man is not just only ability to reason, but also ability to stand your ground. Ability to stand your ground and defend yourself. The killings, like I said before, is mind-boggling. We are all worried, and that has to stop. You all know we have the ESM protecting our bushes, and that they do without harming anybody. And in our cities, in our towns, in our villages, we want to see these unnecessary killings of our people by the Janjaweed uniform to stop. We know that a number of them have been sent in batches in their thousands, all the way from the time they started the palliative of Corona. That was when they increased the numbers. And as if nobody was watching, they kept on pushing them down in our bushes and other places. All of them taking their grounds. And today they think it is the right time to annihilate a whole number of folks out of their land, ancestral land given by God, so that they can come and occupy our land And we said, no, we are going to defend our land to the last drop of our blood. That is what we owe that hallowed land, holiest land on the earth, handed over to us by Chukwu Abiyama through our ancestors. That the enemies cannot do what they want to do. We are going to stop them. We cannot evacuate. We have no place to go. They said our territory is a dot. That is to say, our territory is very minute compared to their own vast plage of lands they have. Yet the question is, why are they troubling us? What are you looking for in the dot? Yes, he said there's a dot. Yes. What are you looking for in our land? Other than to kill us, take up the little dot you are talking about, isn't it? And then before you take it, you're ready to kill 70 million people. That is not possible for you to do. So that the best thing for you to do is to quit and allow the children of Chukwu Abiyama to go. Our leader today is the Moses you have always read about. And that is why we are all his servants, the servant of this very hallowed movement, serving together our motherland, that Biafra may indeed come. But this warning must go to Umahi. Umahi, I don't know where you came from. Today, many Biafrans, millions of Biafrans believe you're not a Biafran, because you can't be a Biafran and be slaughtering. All your business in the last phase of your administration has got to do with slaughtering of our people here and there. You have either enabled the slaughtering of millions of people or directly been culprit. Definitely, we saw you in a decorated uniform of a bubato designed and orchestrated by the caliphate, only to come, pillage, maim, and kill as many as they want to do. And you are there enabling them and helping them, appeasing them, hoping that somehow, you become a president of the zoo. And I must tell you, you are only hallucinating. That is just the only word I can give to you. The earlier you stop the trigger of killing, the better for you, Umahi. It is bringing you nothing good. It is bringing you no fortune. It's only going to bring you calamity, and the calamity will befall you before you and your generations to come, I bet you. The killings of innocent Biafrans must stop from the Bubatoro, enabled by those renegades and those charlatans jogging around and joking around like a babu, looking for round envelopes, to enable people like you, Umahi, to continue to orchestrate your killings through the energy from Aso Rock, and that must stop. Like I said, we are not going to take it no more. One thing I must tell Biafrans is that there is no vacuum in Biafra land. Our formidable coordinators are doing their needful. They are all working, I must tell you, very, very, very tirelessly. They are working hard, making sure that things are in place. They are all working hard, and there is no need for no cynicism. That Biafra land is still in place. Nobody should be distracted whatsoever. Do not allow any atom of distraction whatsoever, no matter how parochial. Believe you me that our land is in place. We are in touch with our colleagues, our brothers on the ground, and they are doing the needful. So that follow the chain of command at all times. Follow the chain of command, and you will never get it wrong. Make sure if you have the questions you have, please do pass through the right procedure, and you will never lost your path. We are asking you people to remain focused going forward, and please do let us deepen our shared and belief and faith. The very shared belief and faith we have in common, and knowing that at the end of the day, everything is going to be all right, and that we shall overcome this very, very hurdle. And then once again, and knowing that I have a light at the end of the tunnel, I am asking you to remain tuned
since we have a number of us on board, we are going to ask each and everybody to introduce himself. I am asking at the same time address Biafrans across the board. And then we are also going to entertain few questions as much as we can, but very few. We are not going to have too much questions because of the time we have. And that is where I will come to a stop and bring in the next person on this very board, in the person also of Mazi Nachi. I will call upon you, the South American representative, to come up, introduce yourself, and address Biafrans very, very briefly. Please, Mazi, microphone to you. Mazi Nachi, please.
Good evening from here, our Deputy Directorate, Mazi Nzurunike. Thank you for this opportunity. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Biafrans, friends of Biafra, lovers of freedom all across the globe. My name is Mazi Nachi. I am from Afikpo South, and Afikpo South local government is in Ebonyi State. By the special grace of Elohim, I serve this very noble family. I serve you all the children of light, this very chosen generation, as your South American continental rep, and also a member of the DOS. We are here across the entirety of America as continental reps and regional reps to address, interact, and answer some of your critical questions on this very day. Dear friends all across the globe, as we are all aware that we are indeed in a critical moment, and critical moment demands critical strategy. And thank you all to have applied a very wise strategic means in defeating our enemies, all the way to our ESN, doing marvelous works in protecting our mothers, protecting our grandmothers, protecting our grandfathers, protecting our fathers, protecting our daughters, our sisters, from being hurt, from being killed, from being raped, delivering them all from the hands of the enemies. Who are these enemies? The Fulani Janjaweed, the jihadis themselves, the likes of Mayeti Allah, those that have vowed to take over our ancestral lands, only for them to have seen that indeed the spirit of our ancestors are still alive, and that this very chosen generation have risen. And someone special, someone golden, someone chosen, in the name of Mazen Mandekano, being appointed to awake this very chosen generation of ours. So we thank them, our ESN, the chosen ones. We thank our media teams who are doing marvelous works in countering, in unraveling the infiltrators, those that have been contracted by the zoo oligarchies, those that have been contracted, paid huge sums of money to infiltrate this very noble struggle, only for them to have seen that indeed we are impenetrable. Nobody, no man born of a woman can infiltrate this very noble struggle, noble movement set up by Onyendo Mazen Mandekano. So we thank them, our media teams. Please, this very fight must continue in this very critical hour. We are not giving up yet. We are not to sleep yet. It's remaining just a few moments to overcome and for our leader to be out from the DSS dungeon where they think they would have eliminated him before now. But Elohim said no. And the spirit of our ancestors said no. So Biafrans all across the world, our media teams, we thank you all. The fight must continue. For those at home, this is a very critical moment. We have seen the tactics of the lives of Popos Odunjo, the administrative governor. We have seen the atrocities of Governor Mike, whom in his personal interest to become president of the Iduu have decided to betray his motherland, to kill our people, to massacre our people. But one thing is certain, and that is what we want to make known to them all. Just as our deputy HOD have said, a time shall come, and that time is fast approaching, that every governor across Biafra land, across Biafra state, be it in the coastal region, be it in the hinterland, wherever you have a Biafran is killed, those governors shall account for it. Not only to be held accountable in Biafra land, but also in diaspora. That time is far approaching. That they shall account for the crimes against humanity, for the atrocities that they ordered the Zoo Nigerian military, that they ordered the lives of their military, the militia that they have put, that they have formed to kill our people. They will all answer for it. The lives of Popos Odunjo will answer. The lives of Governor Mahi will answer. The burning of houses of our people, for the killing of our people, not just in their land, but in diaspora. We shall go to every land to hold them responsible for the burning of the houses of our people, or in name, or for the reason that they are IPOB members. Then, because of that, you burn the houses of innocent civilians. Popos Odunjo, Dave Omahi, the time shall come, and it is fast approaching. We shall hold you responsible, not only in Biafra land, but in diaspora. We hope you have the necessary money to pay the damages, because you will not only build one-story building, you will build two-story building for each house being destroyed. If you have destroyed a bungalow, you will put a new one-story building or two-story building for those houses you destroy. If you destroy a one-story building, then have it at the back of your mind, you will build a new two or three-story building. That is how far we will hold you responsible. If you have destroyed 100 houses, you will build 100 houses. If you have destroyed 200 houses, we will hold you accountable to build those 200 houses. If you have killed more than 1,000 Biafra souls in your states, You will pay demurrage. You will pay damages. You will pay accountable damages that not only will supersede everything you have labored for in your lifetime, but you will go to pay those damages. That is how far this very movement, IPOB, under the leadership of Mazen Mandekano, that is how far we will hold you responsible. So while you are calling on your Ipob to kill Biafras, be ready to answer when the time comes, and it is fast approaching. We will follow you up legally to the letter, both home and in diaspora. That is the promise we are making up to you. And we hope those other governors are listening, for them not to make the mistakes that they will, at the end of their lives, even while they are gone, regret forever. Hope Osadema, Dave Oman, hope you are listening. We are not joking, and you know we have never joked. But we are keeping you warned, we are keeping you to be foretold and to be forewarned, because you will never go scot-free. I want to use this very opportunity as well to alert Biafrans in those communities, in those villages, in those constituencies where Hope of Danger is trying to call for rally and those phones. Now the intelligent reports in our disposal is that those phones are cloned. Hope over them has the digit and the production code of those phones. If you are giving those phones, then have it at the back of your mind. They are tracking you anywhere you are. The Nigerian military in Imo State are tracking you. The Nigerian police in Imo State are tracking you. You dare not use your phone to criticize purpose of the job. One hand, they are spotting your location. That is our intelligence report, and you must reject those phones. You must reject those phones. And be careful not to attend any rally where the likes of Hope of Danger or the likes of Dave Omai will soon commence his own. Be careful not to attend. Do not forget that Hope of Danger has so many political enemies. The lives former governor Okorocha will not leave him. So you might be there attending those rallies, and their political enemies will come after them, and you will see chaos. You will see shooting in those rallies. So Biafrans in Imo State, Biafrans in Abia State, do not attend any one of these rallies or calling together by the likes of Hope of Danger and Dave Omai. In order not to lose your own lives, remember, these killings, this chaos will have nothing to do with IPOB. It has nothing to do with ESN, but the within themselves, the political enemies, the political oppositions will rise against themselves. Do not be part of those that will lose themselves, their lives. This is a critical intel we are passing across to Biafrans all across the world. By the time Mazi Chinasa, Woru, and I will enter on Wednesday, we shall give further security details and intels in regards to this. Be warned. We are running every celebrity, call these celebrities, disassociate yourselves from Hope Uzodinma. We saw some of them anchoring Hope Uzodinma, together anchoring Hope Uzodinma on that very day. In the last rally we saw, let it a warning across to all the celebrities. You cannot partner a man who has killed our people, except you have declared yourself the enemy of the people also. You cannot partner Hope Uzodinma. Disassociate yourselves from Hope Uzodinma. Associate yourselves from Omani, who have killed our people, who have maimed our people, only for them to try to call on our people to see how they savage already deteriorated image. It is impossible. Hope Uzodinma, you are the enemy of the people. There is no way you will salvage your image. It is dead and it is there forever. How can you bring back the souls you have killed? How can you bring back the houses you have burned? Therefore, you cannot salvage that which the spirit of our ancestors has rejected. They have rejected you. You are now a forbidden soul, and there is nothing you can do about it. This is a warning to all those celebrities partnering Hope Uzodinma, partnering David Omari. Disassociate yourselves from these governors. They are the enemy of the people. This is a report we are bringing unto you. You will not say you are not warned. Fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom, we want to make it clear across the entirety of America, both the South America and North America, where you are having the continental reps and the regional reps and the national coordinators anchoring at this very time. We are aware of these killings and we are not sleeping over it. And that is why we are making it clear to the likes of David Omahi, to the likes of Hope Uzodinma. We will hold them accountable, not just across Nigeria, but in diaspora as well, legally and otherwise. It is not just a promise, but that which must be done by every means, legal and by every diplomatic means available to this very noble movement. We have said it regarding the phones that have been cloned by Hope Uzodinma. Those phones must be rejected by Biafrans. That is a very, very classified intel that we are passing across to Biafrans on this very day. Biafrans, I will make it short just right now so that my fellow comrades can as well speak, and we will come back when it is time for question and answer. From me, from here, I give back to you, my deputy head of directorate. Ndewo,
and well spoken, Mazi, well spoken. Those who have ears should hear. Those of them collecting phones, well wired phones, should be very, very careful. The message is out very, very clear. It is in your own interest to avoid being much endangered. That is why you have been told what you've been told. Please avoid those phones. And with this, I am going to call upon, of course, national and every national coordinator of the Canada, Mazi Konsugoke. You are going to give us some words addressing Biafrans. First of all, introducing yourself and addressing Biafrans. I don't know if you're on video or if you're on audio. Please figure it out. I think I don't know if that would be that would not be a disruption if you're on video. I don't know. But you can go ahead. What matters is your voice coming up. Go ahead, Maz.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning from wherever you are listening from. This is Chief Collins Ogoke from Okigwe province in Biafra land, a humble servant, the national coordinator of IPOB Canada. My gratitude goes to our able leader, Mazi Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu. May God keep protecting him in the custody of the zoo. I express my appreciation also to HOD, Mazi Chikedozium, and our able leader, Deputy HOD, Mazi Tony Zomike. I also express my appreciation to Mazi Jonathan, who has been very wonderful coordinating us on the brief. I also appreciate my fellow comrades in this struggle, all the regional coordinators from America present, and Mazi Nachi, the coordinator rep of South America, who just spoke recently. I wouldn't waste more time. Everyone in Biafra land and worldwide knows the problems the Biafrans are going through in the zoo. Our hope and aspiration and prospects, we plan it on God, who have destined this day for us. It's a proclamation that we got through our only two Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Biafra must come. Very soon. It's quite unfortunate that part of our problem in Biafra land is our fellow Igbo people, who have chosen to be slaves in their own country than asking for their freedom. That's where our greatest problem lies. I wish God will touch their hearts for them to remember and understand that nothing can be equitable to freedom. Every Biafran man in the zoo should know that our freedom, success, aspiration lies in Biafra, lies in our freedom, lies in we being ourselves. We will have saboteur, there's no two ways about it. We will have people who will prefer to be in the zoo because of the crop that from the table of the zoo, from the table of the Fulanis. But we should be in solidarity, praying. As the most important aspect of it is praying. There's nothing God cannot do. Our trust is in God. Any other thing shall be conquered. I'm appealing to all members of IPOB worldwide that the fight is coming to an end. And whenever they are fighting a cause, at the end it's always been tough. And only then those who can start to the test till the end that will win the success. Commitment of yourself to IPOB cause worldwide is not only by mouth. You put in your money, you put in your time, you put your energy. You be sincere to what we are doing. Regardless, that will be backbiting, regardless, there will be saboteur, regardless, all sorts of problems that will come along our way. But if we trust in God, we trust in the cause Mazi Nnamdi Kanu believe in, he's suffering in, then success is ours. There's nothing too much any IPOB member, any Biafra member can put greater than what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has passed through. Somebody who has put in his parents, putting in his time, putting in his energy, putting in his freedom. No greater sacrifice is more than that for any of us who think that we are doing much than he has done. And I will appeal to every one of us to disregard any information that is not coming from Radio Biafra. Radio Biafra is the only place you can hear news and what is happening concerning Biafra activities and our struggle. By the time you listen to all this rubbish on social media, you'll be distracted. Any information is not coming from Radio Biafra. Radio Biafra is the only place you can hear news and what is happening concerning Biafra activities and our struggle. By the time you listen to all this rubbish on social media, you'll be distracted. Any information is not coming from Radio Biafra. Radio Biafra is the only place you can hear news and what is happening concerning Biafra activities and our struggle. By the time you listen to all this rubbish on social media, you'll be distracted. Any information is not coming from Radio Biafra. Radio Biafra is the only place you can hear news and what is happening concerning Biafra activities and our struggle. By the time you listen to all this rubbish on social media, you'll be distracted. Any information is not coming from Radio Biafra. Radio Biafra is the only place you can hear news and what is happening concerning Biafra activities and our struggle. By the time you listen to all this rubbish on social media, you'll be distracted. Any information is not coming from Radio Biafra. Radio Biafra is the only place you can hear news and what is happening concerning Biafra activities and our struggle. By the time you listen to all this rubbish on social media, you'll be distracted. Any information is not coming from Radio Biafra. Radio Biafra is the only place you can hear news and what is happening concerning Biafra activities and our struggle. By the time you listen to all this rubbish on social media, you'll be distracted.
Saboteurs, those who love money, we are coming back together. We ask that everybody cooperate with the 4 regional coordinators who are the appointed leaders of the United States of America. Without that, you cannot get Biafra. We cannot get Biafra by walking backwards. We have to move forward, all of us united in one front. Please respect the structure created by our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If you call yourself a disciple of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you must follow the structure. Now, in his absence, the leadership lies on the DOS headed by Mazi Edozien and Nzurumike. There's no doubt about that. So having that we should not sabotage our struggle, we ask that all of you astray, having been appendage of the machine or practicing what we call statutory sabotage, you should repent. If you're a people's servant, try to stay in your lane. Don't cross the lane, otherwise you're going to have an accident or cause an accident. That is what our leaders said. I would like to sound a big warning to the big people that say they own the world, they lead the world, the British and their cohorts, to please leave us alone. We have not done anything wrong. We are the chosen people of God. We did not commit any sin by having natural resources in our land. You have been milking these natural resources for over 100 years. I think you've taken enough. We are not even fighting for the oil or the natural resources. We are fighting for our freedom, our own country. Because there are so many countries in the world, great countries like Japan, they don't have any natural resources. Look at the kind of cars they build. The trains, everything, their country is immaculate. Biafra will do that. Afraid of that. But allow us to compete with you. It is good for humanity. I would like to announce that moving forward, we are going to have our continued rally in Washington, D.C. on the 28th in Washington, D.C., 28th of February in Washington, D.C., and a second one approximately a week later in Chicago. All the banners and flyers are out. Please book your hotels, your flights, and be there. We look forward to working together and cooperatively, especially in helping our ESN, the gallant men and women there, that is protecting our forests. We cannot let them hanging on behind and starved. I pray that we all cooperate and do the right thing. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mazin. Thank you for that very, very powerful one. That was from Mazin Chioke, from Pacific region of the United States of America, representing the movement. We are thanking him and then moving over to Mazi Ukwanusi. Mazi Ukwanusi happens to be our gatekeeper, if you will, at the eastern coast, eastern part of the United States. He is our representative of the eastern region of the United States of America. Mazi Ukwanusi, microphone is now yours. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mazi Zunike. May the Almighty God continue to guide and give you guys strength to continue to lead this noble family, to drive us to the right course. I will start by thanking our Iduu that is in the coastal zoological republic. I thank him for heeding the call of the Almighty God to come out when he did come out. But before I proceed further, I would like to announce my name. My name is Ipob. I hail from Ihala province. I am the regional coordinator of the Eastern region of the United States. And I thank the Almighty God for giving me the strength to be able to move things forward. It is not easy because the enemy and the killers and the evil ones has come in the night to steal and to destroy. But the Almighty God has chosen his people to stand firm, to do the needful. And I thank the Almighty God for allowing us to be here today. If not for the Almighty God, a lot of things would have gone wrong. What they planned did not work out for them. What they planned initially was to make sure that only If you understand what we are doing, you will not even talk. You will not even open your mouth to question God. You don't know what is going on. If not for the Almighty God, things would have been worse than it is today. We thank God for everything He has done. I will keep going back to thank the Almighty God, because it's only if you have the innermost spirit, innermost eyes, that's when you understand the gravity of things, or gravity of things that God has done for us. Let me digress a little bit. I feel sad when I see some of our celebrities, so-called celebrities, throwing money, dancing around, and not thinking about their own people. They are running away from their responsibilities. I've said this before, way back. It's unfortunate that they are doing what they are doing. You know, to understand that the only time your people recognize you is when you work for your own people. But unfortunately, they throw their money around, and our people need money. They throw their money around, and our people are dying. They throw the money around, and some of our people, 500 of our people, are in jail. But none of them is shaking their body. And at the end of the day, they will come around to come and lead us. I laugh to it. I really laugh to it. Because I will not be alive and that kind of thing will happen. I will not be alive and that kind of a thing will happen. But when our brothers have shed their blood, some amputated, some almost dead almost dead in their life, and at the end of the day, people want to come and start struggling for something they did not work for. We are here, we are waiting. When the time comes, Abashoso, Agoma. Because today, if you change today is our adage used to say that when you wake up in the morning or in the afternoon is your morning. But it also means other things. When you maybe probably when you have money and you don't remember your people, at the end of the day, maybe after 5, 10, 20 years, you wake up from your slumber and remember our people. But then those people that you're remembering might have been dead. Unfortunate what is going on, that our own politicians will be the ones to orchestrate our killings just because they want to be the so-called president of a nation. What kind of president will be when the nation is almost dead? The nation is going to die? You ask questions? Don't you ask questions? You're meant to ask questions. If you have the spiritual eyes, you're meant to know that that country is dead. Without the Biafrans in that country is gone. So I tell them today to change their behavior. Despite the fact that all the things that they've done, they are going to pay for it. One way or the other. You cannot keep people's children and expect to live a life, to be alive. It doesn't work that. Now I'll digress a little bit to tell our people that they should have courage, the way they've had courage all this while. Whatever you're told to do, if you're told to stay at home, stay at home. That 1 day will not kill you. That 2 days will not kill you. That 21 days will not kill you. That 30 days will not kill you. It will not kill you. After all, when this so-called disease was around, the COVID-19 was around, or still around anyway, they kept you at home for 1 year and they kept you at home for 1 year and nothing happened. Not even that they gave you food to eat. It was still the same when you do that went and got some palliatives for some people through the money that we were contributing. And some people will now come and open their mouth and start talking rubbish. Now fetch.
Not work the same way I used to work, to not work anymore.
It will not work anymore. It is not going to be business as usual. No, not in Biafra land. People have bled for this Biafra. People have died for this Biafra. I don't like a situation whereby some people will come and say Biafra of the thing. Biafra is a nation. Biafra is a nation. A holy nation for that matter. Biafra can ordain the institution of the Almighty. So I healed and I say, Martin, thank you for giving me this opportunity to be able to express myself. And I say, may God continue to guide and protect every one of us. We are going to be having our
rally, and the rally is going to be on the 28th
in Washington, D.C. Everybody is expected to be there. Every coordinator is expected to be there. And once you're there, all our members, their names must be written down. Anybody that shows up. Because when you will not be in prison, so for us, some people will be complaining because of food, they are not going to come out. Are you out of your mind? Who must come? Is it that you're with us or you're not with us? Is it that you're with us or you're against us? You must come around because there are some people that is dying for this cause. Not code. Code, 1 day code will not kill you. Maz, thank you. And God bless you.
Thank you and God bless you, Mazi. Maz, thank you very much. That was Mazi. Mazi Kwanusi of the Eastern Coast representative. And now he is calling on those Biafrans and friends of Biafra in the United States of America as a whole, not just in the Eastern Coast, to gather together on the 28th, if I'm correct, to gather for the rally he is talking about. So you are going to pick your friends of your friends, and all the lovers of freedom you can lay your hands on. Invite them to come together for this very, very noble purpose, and to raise the flag of freedom and yell for freedom until there is the light at the end of the tunnel. And as he said before, of course, if you are asked to stay back home, don't go to work, you do so. If you are also asked to now go about your business as usual, once it comes from the leadership of this very hallowed movement, once you listen that from the Radio Biafra, then it is authentic, you do accordingly. Thank you very much. In a nutshell, thank you very much. And with that, we are heading to Mazi Samson, Mazi Ememando. Mazi, please. I'm calling upon you. I think you've not spoken, Mazi, please. That is our representative from the central region of United States of America. Mazi Ememando, please come upon the microphone and pick it up. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy HOD. Thank you, great dear friends, all of us of freedom around the world. I greet you. My name is Pope Samson Ememando the First, and I come from Omaya, alone.
It is actually a lot has been said about our movement. A lot have happened to us as a people. Very unfortunate, the amalgamation of various ethnic nationalities by Lugard was the most unfortunate thing that ever happened to us as a people. Biafran people are a special breed. The Biafran people are a distinct people. Lugard even observed that that amalgamation, was something like oil and water that can never mix. But unfortunately, because he was driven by Satan, he went ahead and, did that amalgamation. And ever since we, the Biafran people, have come over the years, we've had a tragic history of killings, pogroms all over the country. We are the people who hold the tripod. Nigeria, the zoo they call Nigeria stands on the tripod. The Biafran people, the Arewa, they do the work. And without the Biafran people, that tripod can never stand. And they all know all this. We are the people that they are supposed to, bring closer, to draw us closer, because we made the zoo happen. But unfortunately, all we have gotten back is killings, subjugation, emasculation, making our lives so miserable and bitter, driven out of our land, scattered all over the earth. But like they said, under the sun there is time for everything. The Lord who allowed that to happen have destined that we come back to our nation, the nation He gave to our ancestors. And that time has come, and that is why He chose our leader to come and deliver us from this misery. Even the genocidal war leveled against us in 1967, who was stood aloof. Erstwhile nations who never agreed among themselves, they all came together for one single purpose: to destroy the Biafran people. So we are here because the Lord has made it so that we are not going to be defeated, that we are not going to be destroyed. And so we are asking the world, the United Nations, if they really truly are United Nations, I don't know how that organization really functions. It is time to let the Biafran people go. The whole world knows what is going on in the contraction they call Nigeria. That Britain, because of their wickedness against us as a people, they don't care how many Biafrans die. Even their prime minister during the genocidal war verbalized that he doesn't care even if 500,000 Biafran children die. He won't let us be as a people. Oh, what a mess. Coming out from people you thought were really civilized people. Civilized world indeed. But let us assure the people of this world that whether they like it or not, we shall emerge as a people. We must emerge as a nation. And all the elements in the zoo who are trying to hold us down, all the nationalities in the zoo who don't want us to emerge as a people, your time of destruction has come. All those working for the neo-colonialists in the zoo, it shall never be well with you and your generations forever and ever. Let the Biafran people go. That time has come. Go bear your father's name. Why shouldn't the people be proud of who they are? A lot of you want to hide under a pseudonym, a false and despicable name. Nigger area. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? Biafra must be restored under the sun. That time has come, and that time is now. And so we are calling upon Biafrans all over the world to remain strong, to remain steadfast. Every other thing has failed us. Everywhere we lean on to have failed us. But our Father in heaven hasn't failed us. He's there, and He's the reason we are here. Remember, Biafrans. Biafra or religion. Biafra is what binds us together. Forget about every other thing that was brought unto you. They say one thing and they do the other. They give you the Bible and they give the enemy the sword to kill you. Biafrans have the most Catholic members all over the world. I mean, in Africa, by our sheer population. Catholicism is the number one faith in Biafra land. And that is why the Lord has made me a pope, so that I can address this issue. And I'm calling on my brother, Pope Francis of the Vatican. Saw how you went about shouting and crying all over the place for the Myanmar people, the Rohingya Muslims. Alas, how about the Biafran people? Didn't they say charity begins at home? Or the Biafran Catholics don't matter? You know, I had addressed the one of the Canterbury, the Archbishop of Canterbury. These are the people who brought religion to us, they brought Catholicism to us, they brought Anglican to us, and they don't care about us. Are we talking about the Pentecostals? They don't want us to go because we give them 1/10. We give them our tithes and offerings. Biafrans, it is time you all rise up and think. Put on your thinking cap just for 1 minute. 1 minute. Think. Are these the people who will take you to heaven? They have made your life a mystery here on earth because they cannot speak up for you. They cannot speak the truth. You are being slaughtered all over the country like chicken, and they are not saying anything. The Biafran lives don't matter. And these are the so-called church leaders, religious leaders. And they don't do anything. They don't say anything. And you all go there every Sunday, giving out your tithes and offerings. But the Lord of hosts, the King of glory, have joined all of them. Because the time for the exodus of Biafrans from all over the place where the Lord has driven us to have come. We must go back to the land of our ancestors to call upon the name of the Lord in spirit and in truth and worship Him. I therefore call upon Biafrans in the United States, particularly. What is going to be your contribution to this restoration effort? We have over 1 million Biafran people in America. You don't join IPOB? Nice and good. How about contributing your money, your finances towards this effort? How about coming out to protest whenever we call for rallies? Search your conscience. When are you going to join in restoring your own motherland? At the end of the day, when Biafra is restored, how are you going to beat your chest and say, yes, we did it? On that Sunday, it's time for everything. There is a reason the Lord brought all of us to the places we find ourselves to today. Whether you're in America, you're in Europe, you're in Asia, Europe, whatever part of the world you find yourself, there's a reason the Lord brought you there. So those of us here in America, I beseech you, in the name of the Lord, that it's time you join in this restoration effort. Our leader, an innocent man who has committed no crime known to any law of this earth, is illegally renditioned. in the zoo. And he is a British citizen. Nobody's saying anything. The superpowers, the world powers, all powers. Nobody's saying anything. The British will not speak for him because of Biafra. But the Biafran issue will make people realize again that same law that set his people free out of the hand of Pharaoh in Egypt. You all shall know that he is the Lord yesterday, today, and forever and ever. He changeth not. Need I remind you that all powers belong to him? All your nuclear weapons and all your weapons of war will come to nothing. Let Biafra go. Biafrans in the United States, please, on the 28th of February, shall be having a rally in DC. Come out in your numbers. Join us. To show the world that we really want our leader released, the man who has committed no crime, is unjustly imprisoned in the zoo. And then again on the 7th of March here in Chicago, we are going to be having the same rally by the mercies of the Lord. So I'm calling upon Biafrans all over the United States to at least come out in your numbers and join us in these rallies. Contribute your money to this restoration effort. And by the mercies of the Lord of hosts, the King of glory, whether the enemy wants it or not, Biafra shall be restored, because the Lord has decreed it. Thank you, Bazi.
Thank you for that wonderful rendition, Mazi. Thank you so much. That was so great. We have received the message. Those of them on the ground as well have received the message. And at this juncture, I thank you so much. And I will not hesitate to ask for permission from our moderator of this very platform, in the person of Mazi Jonathan, that I need to make this very urgent announcement. Is a security report busting in that killings are ongoing in Imo State. Hope Odejo and his evil. The man is not having enough of blood of our people. The man continues to suck with Fulani followers. I don't know what they're looking for in our land. They continue to pillage, they continue to kill and spill the blood of innocent. Right now, they are invading Ata. Those of you in Ata, run and take cover. They are killing you. They are pointing guns on youths, on innocent schoolboys and girls, and killing them as we speak. People are running helter-skelter for coverage. They must be protected. Please take care of yourselves, wherever you are in Ata. They have invaded Ata right now as we speak. Those that wear the uniforms, they are killing our people. That has to stop. We are sending this message across to all stakeholders across the land, across the border, across that place they call Dutch, across that place they call Biafra land, the holy land of Biafra, the trigger of Africa. We must hold very, very dear, and we must protect that land very, very dear. We are not going to surrender our land for them, but this is ongoing. Hopeless is not enjoy. Your cup is full, your cup is completely full, and we are not going to take it no more. What you are looking for, you are going to get. The killing must have to stop. Hopeless is not enjoy. This is a security information coming in. It's an urgent one for that matter, that people may know and run for protection. That is the news. And also, shortly, the naval people, those in naval uniforms in Obaro, they killed a couple of people and took their cars away. That is the banditry they're importing from the northern part of the zoo. That is the banditry we have never seen in our land before, and that is what they have planned to do. All these are going on because they are on their agenda of 2022-2023, to make sure that they kill as many as possible. And we are sending a message across to our people to get ready and be always ready to defend yourself. Don't unnecessarily take a risk. If you see any danger, make sure you take it seriously. There is no time for us to now take anything lightly no more. Please, that is the security message you need to absorb right now as we speak. Hopelessness or danger continues to kill our people.
The blood is continue being spilled endlessly. And the whole numbers are running into millions of people being killed. We are counting. There is genocide going on there. That is the genocide going on there. Mazi, I will give you back the microphone for the proceedings of today's program. Questions and answers may begin to come in, and we are going to receive them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mazi Nzurumike. We must continue. I think we shall go into just a few minutes break, so that when we come in, I will open the line so that questions will start coming in. I will be right back.
Anybody not following anything that DOS says goes. Anybody not following orders from Chike, Dosium, from DOS, you will be removed from IPA and sanctioned appropriately. You know, before we remove you without knowing where you are. This time around, we will catch you before we remove you. Anything DOS says is what goes. Uzurumike is heading our reconciliation committee. If he calls you on the phone, you must listen to him and do as he says. He is our deputy head of Directorate of State, led by Mazi Chike Dosium. They are the highest decision-making body in IPOB. If that thing is difficult, then now refer it to me. Do you understand? Anything if they call you on the phone, you don't return their call, or you're doing strong head, I will then believe that the zoo has got you over and you'll be dealt with. We run a discipline movement more than anything. We value discipline more than anything else in the world. In IPOB, that's the only thing we have. That we are able to defeat the zoo and destroy the zoo is hinged on one thing, and that is discipline. If you know you cannot work for IPOB, you get out and join the Sabo. One day your judgment will come. We'll find out those hiding in Cotonou, those are hiding somewhere near Apite, near Swamp in River State. We'll find out of you. Not water. I say River State because it's upland and coastal region. We'll find out of you.
From 7th April 2022, the selling and eating of nama, also known as cow meat, is forbidden in Biafra land. Be warned. From 7th April 2022, the selling and eating of nama, also known as.
Welcome back. Somebody is calling us why it cuts the advert. Our lines are now open. Do not forget that today is the 20th day of February 2022. We are here live and direct on an interactive session with the deputy head of the Directorate of the Indigenous People of Biafra, Mazi Ogechukwu Nzurumike, together with a whole host of other coordinators and continental rep in both Southern and Northern America. Therefore, our lines are now open. You can only call us on WhatsApp and Signal lines. Do not call on direct line because I am using that for other purposes today. Please, only on WhatsApp and Signal to direct your question Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I have people already on both WhatsApp and the Signal, but there is one question that somebody sent to me. People are sending questions, but most are complaints about our radio stations, and I have also received briefing for this, that work is going on all the radio stations. Remember, we are in a war. A war of different dimensions. In a war, only a war of bombing, no, because we're in the 21st century. We will never stop. You can put the radio, spend money on things, and one thing or the other will go wrong through one leakage, and we start afresh. We will never stop. So that is what I want people to understand. This is not, ordinary radio station. This is a freedom fighting radio station. We use it for freedom fighting, and the enslavement is fighting freedom. I don't know whether people understand what I mean. We are fighting to be free, even through every means, including our radio. And the darkness is also fighting back. Therefore, you have to be making also sacrifices. Once you see that the FM is not talking in your zone, you can also make sacrifice to use another method, IPOB community radio. Some people, they put data only to go on Facebook to be listening to garbages. That is what baffles me. They will not remember to download IPO or listen to through IPOB community radio. It's something mind-boggling. They want everything to be done free. Please, there is something somebody sent, and I would like Maazi for you people to also address it. He said from Biafra land that there has been no more meeting, face-to-face meeting, and the coordinators they are not giving them information. So, and this meeting is what brings them together. Just like Okenoya and is contributing to this type of what do I call it? Is it brainwashing and confusion that some people are giving themselves because of this lack of meeting, and some coordinators are not passing the required information, mostly in Biafra land, as there are no face-to-face meetings. Please, what do you have to say about it before I go to callers?
Mazi, are we still on air, right?
Yes, of course, yeah. There is a question you need to answer, yeah.
Yes, I understand at a point the face-to-face meeting was brought to a stop because the Janjaweed forces were using the opportunity to be killing our people. They were invading places of meetings, killing not only one, but killing eventually everybody participating in the meeting. We had the cases in numerous places in Biafra land, and when things like that continue, you know the aims of your enemy. You don't need to give them more opportunity to kill. But for us, the best thing is to make sure that we protect our people, and that is why the leadership came with the idea that in the Biafra land, as we speak, that they, stay away from practicing face-to-face meetings with venue, because the level of also infiltrators became too high
there is hunger, and that's not an excuse for anybody to implicate or endanger the lives of fellow citizens. So, but being humans, they are doing that. And when people are pointing fingers of meeting places to the enemies, and the enemies coming down there to now not only arresting people, but also killing them on the spot and killing them on their way. And we have till today number of people unaccounted for, number of people that have gone missing, and number of people that have not been released, seized completely and scattered all over the zoo, especially in the northern part of the caliphate. And we don't want this thing to continue, and that is why the leadership came with the idea that that face-to-face practices was supposed to brought to a stop. It became automatically obsolete, if you will. But going forward, we are going to devise a means. I understand what that question is all about. I understand the need for cohesion, the need for getting in touch with each other and communicating and understanding what is going on, getting the briefings and updates as needed in order to remain focused. But I'm only encouraging our members, our brothers and sisters on the ground to remain focused and tenacious nevertheless. But we are going to find a way for those necessary connectivity to be brought back, because what they are yearning for is that one family we always talk about. That family, that very feeling of being one family without face-to-face is a bit get faint. So because of that, we are going to look into it and try to find a way forward and to make sure that our people will find a means to come together, even if it's not going to be directly face-to-face, but a way through which they can actually communicate and have a taste of each other. Thank you very much, Mazi, with that.
Yeah, but does it mean that currently, or since the banning of this face-to-face meeting, there has not been any available means of communication, even by the coordinators to the people? Because that is the point. I'm
sure this is a separate situation. I know that folks have been meeting even face-to-face where possible. Okay, they know what kind of environment they find themselves. So if the environment where they live is so poisonous, if you will, and well endangered, so those around will figure out the best way forward. The leadership on the ground will figure out the best way forward to make sure that their meetings are being held. So meetings are being held, definitely, of course, both physically and also digitally. So people are using also digital means to make sure that meetings are being effected. But where these things are difficult, owing to the very environment where they find themselves, they are rather asked to stay away from doing it unless there is a proper and better way of communicating in a much more protective fashion. So the best thing for them is to maybe go digital. If they go digital and in a way that they are not compromised, that's fine. But you know how it is on the ground. It's not going to be very easy. So it's still a difficult thing. But like I said, the leadership on the ground should look into it. Those of them who cannot by virtue of degree of danger they find themselves, they wouldn't have to necessarily go face to face, but to find an alternative means of getting together. It's not going to be an easy assemble. So it's a question of a particular environment, So, Mazi, that's all I can say to that.
Thank you very much. Now, let me take this caller on WhatsApp that has been there. Please call us. I will give you maximum of 3 minutes. You can never go beyond that because many people are calling and we need to be fair. 3 minutes. Caller on WhatsApp, you have been here. You are the first caller. Please, you have 3 minutes to ask your questions. Welcome to the program.
Jonathan, good evening.
Yeah, well, welcome to the program.
Good evening. Good evening to the member of DOS and all the continental reps. Please, my question is this. You know, one of the greatest weapons in emancipation of
please, can you introduce yourself if you may?
My name is Ejike.
Okay, go on. Please.
I'm calling from the part of the zoo.
Okay, go on. I understand.
Yeah. Please, I want to ask, what is the effort that the IPOB leadership body is making to walk ahead in terms of information, to sell the right information to our people ahead of these saboteurs who are selling the wrong narratives to them? Because in terms of this Biafran struggle, there are 3 classes of people we have now: the saboteurs, those who are still on the right path, and the vulnerable people. And the vulnerable is more than 3 times of both combined, the saboteurs and the hardcores. So if the vulnerable comes across the wrong information before the right information, they can easily detect it, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. How are they making effort to make sure that the information, especially like your preaching and other things that are being on Radio Biafra and being circulated as much as possible to get to our people? In most cases, they will say things you did not hear on Radio Biafra, just disregard it, that is not genuine. But I must tell you also that the trend and the dynamic of information today on social media makes it inevitable that people must go into social media, and they voluntarily or involuntarily they will come across these wrong information. What is the effort of the IPOB making to make sure that they cover the social media very well ahead of the saboteurs that are selling the wrong narrative?
We have understood your question. Now I'll cut you. You listen, please listen. I hope you are listening to the radio, right?
Yes, I'm listening to my community radio.
Yeah. Okay. Mazi, here, please. Go on.
Yes. I got that one. A good question, my brother. God bless you. Look, we are going to continue to face, troughs and crests. We are going to face difficulties and challenges. And we are going to also respond to these challenges. What is happening is that the enemies are already programmed to do what they're doing. They are programmed to go offensive. They are programmed to go and do whatever they can do, even without any provocation. So sometimes it's difficult to know where they're coming from. Because all they say are lies. Is that correct? What they say all the time they say are all lies. So when they are projecting lies out there, they are doing so because they have no facts. And when they do so to create damages. We cannot help it than to go after those falsehood being spread out there and go after them and debunk them. So that is what you cannot actually predict where they're coming from. All of a sudden you hear a voice note being propagated everywhere, full of lies, 100% and beyond. Nothing truthful whatsoever in such a voice note. You would hear it going around, landing in your phone, landing in your WhatsApp, landing in your Facebook, everywhere, every damn corner. And all are lies, completely lies, and they hold no credibility. And what we can do is to make sure that we debunk while they come up. That's why we have our media branch working assiduously. Those of them who are media warriors are volunteers They are there picking out those fallacies, bringing them on board and shedding light on them and debunking them as they come. And also one of the efforts we put out there is to make sure that we continue to encourage our people to understand that the only place to make available their listenership is to anchor themselves and tune in onto the Radio Biafra created by only the man we are following. He has a radio, and that radio is called Radio Biafra, where good news and the great news and truthfulness are being projected. And that is the only place you need to go to. So the more the gullables allow themselves, because when you say gullables, we're talking about people who are not mentally capacitated to differentiate the good and the bad, or let's say the scam and the right. So the scams will come and they will think those are right, and they'll fall into it only to turn around and say, oh my God. So I've been bamboozled all the time, and now it's time for me to return back to my base. So we have people like that, and that's very disturbing. And that is why we are saying today, you can't tolerate having one leg here and one leg the other side. If out of one stupidity and gullibility, he ends up being consumed by falsehood, then he should join them there. Let's know how many we are that are hardcore. We keep on saying it, our leaders started sounding it. The only place to listen is Radio Biafra. Tune in there. Tune in to Radio Biafra. The same data you use to go and listen to cabbages everywhere. You can use that same data, tune on to Radio Biafra and listen to the gospel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mansi. Okay,
go
on, because
Mansi Jonathan, let me just, in addition to
yes,
my brother Mansi,
let me announce again. People should stop calling the direct line, please. I don't know. It's part of what we are saying. When you are calling direct line, it is disturbing what we are doing. Please call only WhatsApp and Signal. Please stop calling the direct lines. The direct line. Mazi, go on. Mazi, not please go on.
In addition to what our Deputy HOD has just said, Mazi KGK, am I right? Just like what you said, I want to make it clear to you, and Biafrans all across the world should pay attention. If after all the exposés, all the intels being reviewed across the Biafrans all over the world, exposing these infiltrators, and there are some still out there claiming to be vulnerable, there is nothing like that. That person has not been an IPOB member from the inception. If after, by this very critical time, after all the expose is done, and somebody is still telling you that he is vulnerable, absolutely lie. Such a person decided to lead to lies and deceit by his or her own self. That is the gospel truth. Secondly, we have been doing even what you said. How could we? How have we been able to kind of pass intels across without saboteurs knowing? We've been doing it. This leadership has been doing it from the day one. Immediately we realized that infiltrators are now parading themselves within our midst. We devised other means immediately. So whatever information that is meant to be classified remains classified. The one that should be made open to Biafras is being echoed here on Radio Biafra. And then our media warriors pick it up and analyze it in details in their various platforms. But here on Radio Biafra, the likes of Mazi Jonathan, on daily basis say those things that need to be said, while those ones that should be passed across to specified individual, not general, just on specific individuals across Biafra land or any other place entirely. It is done secretly, and those assignments are being executed appropriately. So the ones you hear outside are the ones that need to be public, while the ones that goes on a specific direction or to a specific individual, those ones remains either very less also. So that is it within doing what you just said. But there is nothing, let it declare. Here at this very junction, somebody is still telling you that he's confused. That person is lying to his or her own soul. Elohim has reviewed a kind of reviewed those people, the infiltrators, exposed them. While our M branch has done the needful, exposing them, gathering intelligence, and sharing what needs to be shared to Biafrans, while the rest remains classified until our leader is out, where so many revelations shall be revealed.
Thank you very much. Before I take on the caller on signal that have been here, please, I want to also ask to this, because our people, as we used to say here, they love gossip. They love where gossips are being, are taking place. When every time I receive inboxes about our FM is not working here, our FM is not working here. Okay. And the leadership is doing all it can in order to make sure that under a very hostile situation, that our people are receiving FM. That is what I always say. Just like Mazin Machi said, if after all these years of lecture by our leader Mazin Namdekano, because we are all of us started understanding who we are, started receiving enlightenment is via this platform, Radio Biafra London. Now, when you start going to listen to what's up, it's saying, oh, they say, please share. They say, HOD say, DOS say, it is not Radio Biafra London, it is not. And the people love to listen to, they say. How can you help that person?
Mazi Jonathan.
How can?
Mazi Jonathan.
Yes.
Then if you then ask the person, where did you get this information? He tells you that I saw it on WhatsApp.
That's it.
I saw it on Facebook.
Very funny. No.
Can they actually say this is the person? This is where this information is emanating from. This is where this information is coming out from. When we already know that if it is not on Radio Biafra, then such information cannot be trusted. You can't buy it. It is here on Radio Biafra. You want what you want. It is here on Radio Biafra. You got to know about Biafra. You began this agitation. How then can WhatsApp then become your source of information, or your Facebook, where you don't know the identity? You can't even trust who is spreading that information. You can't even identify the location of the person, and then you say you are confused. No, it is a lie.
Our people sometimes, they are too demanding just for nothing. I'm telling you honestly. You go and dig cassava for yam. They want you to cook it. After cooking it for them, now they want you to serve them. After serving them, take it, put inside their mouth. People that are complaining that no radio. All these gossips they are hearing, do they have FM stations? Is it not through the data they have money and go and pay, that they are still going, instead of going to listen to the real information on Radio Biafra platform, they will start entering Facebook, listening to garbages. And what do you, we can, the leadership, IPOB cannot control the flow of information on the social media. Even governments cannot. So it depends on your choice. If you make your choice of listening to garbage, now let me hear what they say. Even like our broadcast now, like my own broadcast and others, we also put it, record it on WhatsApp and send it out. It goes very far. So the choice is for the person. You can take a horse to the water, but you cannot force a horse to drink the water. So that's what I can also add. Let me take this caller on signal. Caller on signal, you have been there for 25 minutes, going to 26 minutes. Welcome to the program. Please, you have 3 minutes to ask your questions. Mazi, go on.
Mazi Jonathan, good evening from here.
There we go.
Fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom, good evening from here. My name is Mazi Akon. I'm calling from Austria. I'm by the special grace of Biafra. I am a bona fide IPOB member by oath and also a national Austria PRO. I just want to say that let all the comrades that are here today, and also the same day to Mazi Uzurumike, who are coming to this platform today to educate our people. And I want to use this opportunity also to tell me to take care of my guide and protect our leader Martin Namdekan from all hands of the evil and from all to do us. He said, my question goes to Mazi Uzurumike. Mazi, there is something that is bothering me. This infiltrator that came into IPOB, that by the special grace of God, all our media warriors have pushed them and pushed them. They declare themselves who they are as on autopiloters. But my worry is that they're still using this name, Martin Namdekan, and calling themselves autopilot IPOB. IPOB is a registered name all over the world under the leadership of Martin Namdekan. I'm worried, what are we going to do to these idiots who are still using this name, being registered all over the world as autopiloters IPOB, and they are still using their name, Martin Namdekan is their leader, which everybody knows now that these people are evil. Please, Mazi Uzurumike, what do you think about this thing? And what is DOS is going to do about this thing? If you cannot tell us what DOS is going to do about it, please highlight us and tell us exactly what is your take on this issue. Thank you, Mazi.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Let me thank that my very lovely brother. He had a very, very valid question and very great one for that matter. We all the time try to avoid possibly making those non-entities to be known. But the truth of the matter is that we do have a spade that we must call a spade. We are right on point that the same distractors, the same infiltrators, the same enemies and jobbers of the enemies are still there anchoring themselves under the name of Iduu, Mazi Namdekan, and to an extension indulging themselves under the nomenclature of IPOB, which they are not. They are destroyers. They are worse than Fulani who are on the uniform killing people. But because those ones, at least you know, they are declared enemies. There's a difference between a declared enemy and a pretentious one, somebody who pretends as if he is an enemy, he is a friend, and he's not a friend.
that one is a green snake in the green grass. So the reason why they are using the names and the nomenclatures are clear. All of us must understand that. It's only when we understand that, especially those of them who love calling themselves godables, those people who find it difficult to comprehend. You must understand, as they roll, continue to call themselves disciples, continue in the same vein, continue to call themselves followers of and can continue to somehow instill the feeling that they're working under the auspices of our leader, and we know that all are completely bunkum. These people are working for the enemies, we all know that. But one thing is clear, they are using that for them to be effective. Once they stop using the name of IPOB, once they stop calling our leader their leader, once they stop using the word IPOB, the Biafrans and all that, they will become completely irrelevant. Those people who listen to them because of the name Biafra, those people who listen to them because they think they are somehow genuine calling the name of Mazen Namdekano, some of them who continue to think somehow that these very, very wicked satanic entities are somehow followers of Namdekano for real. That is what is getting them attracted to these people, because they think indeed that these people are one of us. They are not. That is why they're being expelled here and there wherever we find them. Because you cannot have one leg here and one leg the other side. If you are for only the Namdekano, if you are for this very modus operandi, if you are working under this very umbrella, under these very whims and caprices, you must make sure that indeed you are completely embedded in our modus operandi. Otherwise, we know you not. You cannot have a different color halfway and a different color the other way. IPOB is completely one color, and we know ourselves. So, Mazi, that's why they're using the names. And of course, what are we going to do about it? The leadership is considering some steps. The leadership is looking into it, considering various possibilities to make sure that these people are brought to book and that we stop them. Because it is illegitimate, what they're doing is illegitimate. It's completely illegal and completely out of the book of law that they continue to make use of names where they do not belong. Some of them, when they are expelled, are no more under our registry, and therefore are no longer part of us. If you're a renegade, if you're a hyena, if you're a jackal, you know whom you are working for. Go and create a different name altogether. Call yourself Volto or Telepilot, whatever you call yourself, and identify yourself as such, and not under this very hallowed movement. Mazi, that's all I have for you. I cannot go into details about what we have on stock, on what we're going to do to stop them, but one thing I can assure you that the leadership is making considerations on different steps forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is some squeaky noise, please. I don't know. I have a caller on WhatsApp, but please let me also say this. Let us allow maybe people that has not been calling, please, in order to ask questions today. We also have another interactive session on Wednesday. Please, caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Please, you have 3 minutes to ask your questions. Thank you for holding on for 21 minutes. Go on, please. Caller.
Okay, sir. Mark Jonathan.
There we go.
Yes, Mark Jonathan, my name is Ipob. I'm from Umawa, and I'm calling from Ipob, Biafra land. Better Jonathan, we have had all the
we have question and do you have question to ask?
Yes, okay. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, go on.
Better Jonathan, I have no question to ask. I only want to encourage the directors of state, to remain formidable because we are trying to be free. And we must be free. No question. No question for. You people are doing it perfectly. And then Jonathan, do you see we Biafra? We are the most stubborn and rebellious race. This is exactly what happened in the time of Noah. That is exactly what we are seeing. We want to be free. And all our leaders here, and there's governors,
they are making sure that we are not free. There's a rumor. So Fulani and the Britain and the whole world to conquer us, generation to take our land. Then they will kill them. Then they take those to coach Adam as a measure. I think that the Nabekano, also called the Nabekano, when they got for the Lua, Mamu and the Webman, because to coach the Kabiama, every human being has seen it. And then Jonathan, Goya, Jeremiah chapter 18, Jeremiah chapter 19, and Jeremiah chapter 4, together. They go to highlight.
I don't know. That is, you are soliciting that we are the most stubborn race and you are showcasing it. We are on question and answer series. There are people that want to ask questions. Now you occupy. There are times you don't do what, not every time. You listen to instruction. This is it's absurd, honestly. People want to ask questions that we can learn from. Please. Caller on signal, please. You have 3 minutes to ask your question. Go on, please.
Okay, good evening, Master Jonathan.
There we go.
Thank you very much. Good evening, members of the DS and Mazin Zurumike particularly. I have some few questions that I want to ask. My name is Amy Chris. I'm calling from Italy. Mazi, the question is that we can see what is happening in Imo State. It seems to me either they have been somehow overpowered by the men on ground in Imo State to counter this embargo. If that is true, I just think maybe why not other members of men on ground from other places to give them a head so that these killings from low sectarian zone will stop, will put to an end in Imo State. That's number one. The number two is that why is it this question goes direct to Martin Zurumike? Why is it, I believe that a lot of things going on in IPOB is that the delay of response by either the hierarchy or European rep or US. Maybe a report comes from a unit and under their table, and they will not respond immediately. And this is why this it will expand to certain levels. So my thing that why are they not responding immediately when issues come on their table? It takes a long time for them to respond. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you.
And that's my question.
Thank you. Mazi, I hope you had him. Did you?
I had him. Let me see if Mazi Nachi will take the first one. If you got a question, then I will take the second one. Mazi Nachi, are you going to take the first one?
Yes, I think I missed the first question. Mazi,
all right. Yeah, the question is our responses towards the killings, especially the ones in unknown. Why are we not sending responses to block off the killers and all that? I think that's actually what the question is all about. If I got it right, if you can handle it, fine. If not, I would.
Yes. My brother Mazi that asked question. It is not everything we make known on air or we publicize it. Things are happening on the ground. It is when you ask them, the so-called Bubago, the governor of Imo State, they will tell you what they are seeing. Also, have it at the back of your mind. We respond on critical issues that has to do with our people. And also, these people who oppose or danger, who oppose or demma, is fighting a kind of opposition battle. So most of those killings you see happens between opposition and opposition. It is true that at this very critical time, it becomes difficult to differentiate. but have it at the back of your mind. We are doing the needful and men are responding. It is not everything we echo on air or begin to show the videos. Things are happening that only the enemies are aware of. Only the enemies are aware of. Not just in Imo State. It's happening in Ebonyi State. It is happening in Anambra. It is happening in Enugu. It is happening in Delta. It is happening in Bayelsa. All across Biafra land. Nobody born of flesh and blood can overpower we the people. It is impossible. It is impossible. None whatsoever. Things are happening that at this very critical time, the safety of the struggle, and for the sake of our leader, Iduu and the Kanu, we keep it underneath while we continue to defend Biafra land.
Right, Mazen Nachi, you got that one right. In a nutshell, men are defending themselves and defending the environment. As simple as that. So your second question is about, addressing issues before they get ingrained. The fact that some principal servants may have some issues swept under the carpet is what I cannot tell. I can only tell about something happening if they are brought on the table of the leadership. If I have issues brought on my table, they are taken care of, or they are sent to the very section meant for such a matter. And one thing I'm going to say about it that is not the leadership, does not condone the idea of sweeping matters under the carpet. If there are issues out there, if they have not been dealt with, they should be dealt with. Otherwise, we have what we call CRC, Conflict Resolution Committee. They are there. They are there waiting for matters that are being swept under the carpet to be brought to the light. If there are aggrieved individuals or members anywhere, wherever our IPB family finds itself, they should do the needful, or they are having the right to do the same needful. Forward your complaint to the CRC, and then the Conflict Resolution Committee will look into it and have the matter resolved, or refer the matter to the leadership if it deems that to be appropriate. Thank you very much. More questions, please. Mazi, Jonathan, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mazi. Let me, a caller on WhatsApp, please. 3 minutes for your questions, please. Today we want questions, not contributions. If you don't have questions, please do not call. Go on, please.
Master Jonathan, good evening. Good morning. Here, please.
Go on.
I greet you all, my dear. No people are doing my control. No people are good at that. Anybody that try to stand up or push all of them down. We want you people, we just want you people to be like players that are playing the football pitch that didn't listen to outside talk. Don't listen to all this riffraff. All of them are just that. Master Jonathan, my question go like this. We saw a video where hopeless Schools of Danger is sharing a phone, a China phone, to the youth of Imo province. And these Imo province are the youth that we are fighting freedom for. So what do people have to say for that phone that hopeless Schools of Danger is sharing to the youth of Imo State? And all of them know that hopeless Schools of Danger will use that phone to track all of them. And another question is, what do people have to do? This old fool that is in America, that old fool that's supposed to be an advisor to the youth of Biafra, but he's a saboteur himself as a saboteur. That is my question. Thank you all.
Thank you. I don't know. Even the old fool you're talking about. Go on, please.
On the matter of phone, the matter of the telephone, you're talking about that she took it before, said something about it. You can briefly, very briefly, just touch it again. And yeah, whichever person is talking about in America, unidentified, I don't know what the person is talking about. So, Mazinachi, you want to go back on the phone, the issue again, probably he didn't listen when you were talking about the phone. The sharing of phone by the enemies, yes.
Okay, there were Deputy Head of Directorate of Biafrans all across the world, especially our people in Imo State. One thing we must ask ourselves is this: how come Opus Adema is sharing phones to our people? Out of all the good things in the world, we know him a killer of our people. Not just a killer, somebody who is determined to send Fulani oligarchy and bring them down to Imo State to occupy our land rather than our people. Now suddenly he's sharing a phone. A classified intel before us within our M branch is this: he cloned those phones. Whoever has that phone is tantamount to being tracked by the Nigerian Security Force. Not just the Nigerian Security Force, DSS, Nigerian military, and Nigerian police. Wherever you use that phone to criticize the government, you are in jeopardy, and your life is in jeopardy. To track you down is just as fast as anything. He has the production code, the serial code of those phones that is shared. So even you having that phone, you are endangering your own safety. And this message we must pass across to Biafrans in Imo State. And somebody is also about to emulate that very step. Another governor, Dave Omari. You know, Dave Omari and Hope Uzodinma, they are working hand to hand with the Rubago. These are the devices they want to start applying to our people. So, having that phone, you are not only endangering your life, you are endangering those around you. They will come after you and they will send their military to kill you. If you have that phone, destroy that phone or do away with that phone. Very, very important. Those who are hearing should spread the information to our people in Imo State. Most of them are not listening at this very time, we know. But you that have gotten the intel, pass it across to Biafrans, not just in Imo State, also to Ebonyi State. Dave Omari is about to do the same thing. And we also use this opportunity, all those that call themselves the celebrity, associating themselves with these killers of our people. It is time you tell us if you are also an accomplice in the killing of our people. We want to know. We want to know. Are you also part of those maiming, killing, and destroying our people? Disassociate yourselves from these two governors. They are the enemy of the people. Therefore, please, this is a very, very classified intel and should be shared across the Biafrans in Imo State, Ebonyi State specifically, or whoever has that phone must be well oriented on what is at stake. Therefore,
the second question, what I will just say in a nutshell is this: that this very leadership under the direct leadership of Mazen Namdekan will not tolerate any saboteur whatsoever. We don't have anything like management and let's work together and let's somehow amend and adjust. No. If you are a grown up, you know what you're doing, you know when you came into this struggle, and at this time you don't know where you belong to, and you are found wanting in sabotage, we are not going to get along with you because our leader said he wants 100 people. That means as many as are hardcores. If you are not one of them, you fall apart. So we are going to have places for saboteurs where they belong to. They're going to belong to where they belong to. We are looking for hardcores to get Biafra for everybody, for both so-called saboteurs and the rest of them to get Biafra. But for this very movement, this very Halo family to get Biafra, we need those men Nnamdi Kanu, Onyindu Nnamdi was talking about. Only hardcores can get Biafra, not gossipers and janjaweed propaganda. We don't need those things. We don't need those individuals. We don't need those very charlatans. We don't need those entities. They are irrelevant and we don't need them. They are damnable and they must be damned. Thank you very much. Further questions, please, Maz.
And to also add something on that phone, concerning that phone. That phone was meant to go around Biafra land, and do not allow any person using that phone to even call you. Do not allow any person to even to even have your contact to call you, because these are the ways they want to track our people. Both you that is being called, this is something that is being planned by the caliphate with the help of Britain. Let me tell you, we are in a multi-dimensional war. This is 21st century. If they use that phone, the holder of that phone calls you, you are also in danger. Please reject that phone. Reject any person that is holding it. Not to even, before you give somebody your contact, ask him, is it Hope Uzodimma's phone? That should be the slogan going around in Biafra land. I have a caller that has been there on signal, please. Caller on signal, please. You have 3 minutes to ask your question. Can you hear me? Caller on signal, are you there?
I'm here. Good evening to you, man.
There, well, welcome to the program.
Thank you. First of all, let me start by thanking our leadership for the good job they are doing. Our Deputy HOD, Zumi Kembeo, and your colleagues. First, let me start with Mazin Naji. Mazin Naji, Mazin Chukudi here calling from South Africa. I've spoken to you one-on-one regarding the radio in Ebony South. Because of this radio that we don't have, many of our boys are lost in track of what we are doing. Some of them are trapped with Dave Umai because the information is not going around. There's no radio in that area. We've talked about it so many times. Please, it will be a good idea if you help us that make sure that the radio in Ebony South is working. These two places that is very hot zone in Biafra land, there must be a radio to let people hear what is happening, like what is happening in Imo State, in Ebony State. There should be a radio. Having said that, on the 1st of January, our HOD made some comments or made some broadcast that I want to quote him on this time. May 1st, our Independent Day, we are going to use it to celebrate Independent Day. And if I quote my leader says, as soon as Independent Day is celebrated, we will mark our borders. And then the money that we are going to use, Biafra, will come from the supporters and other things. If we are going to have independence on the May 1st, how prepared are we in the terms of currency, borders, and also banking? Or is it just going to be a May celebration, or are we going to mark our borders? That's my first question. My second question is, probably when I was listening, somebody have asked this question, but personally I might say that I might be not satisfied so much, but I agree with whatever you guys have answered to us. Our leaders say that wherever a Biafran is killed, there's going to be a reprisal. There's going to be we're fighting for our people. You made the comment earlier, Mazuzumike, about how painful it is to see our people dying in thousands in Imo State and in Ebonyi State. We know that our boys are doing the needful, but the needful, I hope, is it enough with what they are doing to curtail this killing of our youth? Now that they also have introduced this radio of a thing. That's my second question. My third question, which is the last question, is,
can you limit it, please?
Okay.
I think the
last one
is enough.
Okay.
So that you give room to for others, please.
All right, thank you.
There we go. Mazi, can you hear me? I think you have the message. I mean the questions.
Yeah, Martin, actually take the issue of radio. The other was concerning the same responses, right?
Yes.
To the attack. Yeah. But you see, we need to understand that we are in a struggle. We are in a struggle. In a struggle, it means so many things. It means also that you're at the same time, you are somehow, you find yourself within a space of sharing a space with your enemies. If you're sharing a space with your enemies, or with your enemy, if it's a person in a particular group, you need some extra steps of precaution and to remain cautious. Not everything that you have should proceed through your mouth, because the Shakespeare said it and made it clear that out of abundance of the mind speaketh the mouth, and whatever proceeds out there will be perceived as what you have in abundance in your mouth, in your mind, and therefore, strategically, it's not quite of a wisdom to come out and say what you do or what you don't do. But in a nutshell, you can throw a little light to what are your intentions or what you think to some degree you may have achieved, and also give the people a glimpse of hope that indeed everything is under checks and balances and everything is under control. We are in a difficult situation. The times are very perilous, and the enemies abound both in and out and within the nucleus, as such that it requires much energy, higher energy than we ever may have thought of. So we are working tirelessly to make sure that wherever we have deficits, that we do make up. We cannot be everywhere at the same time. All our frontiers are being protected as much as this very capacity can take. One thing you can be assured is that our people must defend themselves wherever they are being attacked. That can be said, and that I will give to you. More than that, I will not go beyond that. Thank you so much.
There were Mazin Maschi, you want to say something?
Yes, there were Mazi Chukwudi that asked a question. Yes, you brought the issue about radio not working in our state, and it has been under discussion ever since then. Something is happening while we are still trying to address that. So, not just in Ebonyi South, also in Ebonyi North. The entirety of Ebonyi radio Biafra in Ebonyi State is not working, and the leadership is looking into that seriously. Something is coming up. We haven't forgotten, and that is it on that. And you said, make mention of our 30th of May, the declaration of our Independence Day. Mazi, that it's being declared that Independence Day doesn't mean we will start spending our currency and all that. It is more or less like a day of global awareness. That is what our HOD meant in essence. Global awareness, not just across Biafra land, not just across the zoo called Nigeria, but across Africa, across the world.
in its entirety, that they may see that these people are indeed ready to be declared a sovereign state. So that is it on that. In regards to our people dying, Mazi, let's not forget that we are in a freedom fighting and the enemies aren't sleeping. But one thing we have made clear, either you are a Gubago, either you are an infiltrator, either you are the governor, either you are Mileti Allah, involved in the killing of our people. You see this generation of Biafrans, these very IPOB, these very movements, under the leadership of Onyendu Mazen and Kano, we will chase you to the gate of hell, and we will never forgive nor forget. Either you are Mayati Allah, either you are Fulani jihadist, either you are from Sahara Desert, it doesn't matter. We will go after you so far you are alive and breathing. Even after the coming of Biafra, we will never forgive and we will never forget. That is why we are making it clear to the governors, so that it will be that tomorrow some people will start begging on behalf of these governors, the lives of Dave Umahi, the lives of Hopos of Denmark, making it clear to them, these Biafrans you are involved in killing, you will be held accountable, not just across the border of Africa, but across the global countries all across the world, both in the West. We will hold you accountable, legally and otherwise. You must account for these killings, the burden of houses of our people. These governors will account for it, while they are in office, even while they have left office. They will pay, not just in the legal aspect of it, but in the monetary aspect of it, compensation. Paying these families where they kill their people huge sum of money, huge, and still being held accountable in the court of law, not only across the Nigerian state, but across the globe. That is how far we are taking up this very issue. So let no one assume that the leadership is speaking about it. Never. We will not forget now, not tomorrow, not ever, not even if after the restoration of Biafra. We will never forget, and we will never forgive. No.
Thank you very much. And with that also concerning the killings in our land, what is happening in our land, I advise people hearing my voice, if you go on YouTube, please be watching the documentary about the wars of Israel, wars of independence of Israel. There are many episodes, many wars. When you watch some of all these documentaries, it cuts your mind. Let me tell you, there was one I was watching. They said a unit of the fighters, many of them are teenagers in Israel, wars of independence, and immediately after declaration of independence of Israel, war from everywhere, they can kill the Arabs. They will hold a community and wipe off the community, kill everybody. So people should not think that freedom is gotten very cheap like this. That is where mental toughness comes into being, that our leader has been preaching. Mental toughness. When you see all this, you continue moving, because we are going to get our freedom. So this is not about it's not going to be on the bed of roses. And as you have heard, many things are happening, The enemies are also, when our leader was on air, he used to say it in a coded way. He said, go and ask the enemy. They are killing us. But we are not talking. Go and ask them what they are feeling. And they are not finding it funny. This is a freedom fighting. We should never be discouraged. I think I will pick another 2 calls. I think, Mazi, before calling it a quit. Or what do you say, Mazi?
Yes, Mazi, Jonathan, is okay.
Okay.
1 or 2 more calls.
Okay, I have a caller that has been here on WhatsApp. Please, caller on WhatsApp, ask your question in 3 minutes. Please, go on.
Yes, Mazi, are you talking to me?
Caller on WhatsApp, please.
Mazi, Jonathan.
Yes, go on, please, go on.
Yes, Mazi, Jonathan, thank you for having me. And thank you for what you have been doing for Biafrans. Let me take this opportunity to greet our Deputy HOD. Thank you so much for your time and your dedication. And thank you for your panels. May God Almighty bless you all. Mas, I have suggestion and question. My suggestion is this. As now they said
on 3 minutes. I'm watching time, please.
Yeah. I will do that. My suggestion is this. Now they said our leader will not wear Isiago. He will not change his clothes because it's Isiago. That Isiago is threatening them. Isiago is fearful. They can't allow him to wear that. Now my suggestion is this: as we are now banning Fulani cow, can we at the same time ban this Fulani wears in Biafra land? This Fulani attires, this Fulani danchiki, and this Fulani this and that. We don't want to see it again in Biafra land. That is my suggestion. If HOD can put mouth on that. Now my question is this: what is the deadline for allowing the zoo flag in Biafra land? We make it that the zoo flag must be removed in Biafra land. What is the deadline? I want to know the deadline so that these people may know how serious we are. Mazi, that is my question. Thank you for having me and God bless you. Good night from here.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Mazi, please, over to you.
Thank you very much, my brother. The question he asked concerning the attire, the traditional attire for which we are known of, our own identical attire is something of very importance for us. Nobody should deny us, or nobody actually can deny us our very traditional attire. Our choices of appearance is not what anybody should be allowed to dictate for us. But we are in a situation where we also must understand where things are. In the courts, we have representatives by way of legal representatives. These legal representatives do represent our leader, and by extension, they do represent Biafrans at large. They have done what they were supposed to do. These are legal professionals, and they have deemed it necessary to take the right option in the interest of our leader. And if they came to the conclusion that the bottom line is for our leader to be clothed in any alternative clothes, provided he has alternative choices, in replacing what he has always been putting on, which is very, very abominable, I must say. Then so be it. According to them, our leader also did accept it. I did accept it because our leader is not a troublemaker. He has been a peaceful man, and he continues to showcase his peacefulness by nature. So when he was offered the option of wearing anything without, identifying himself belonging to any particular group, either by way of his national identity or country,
our leader, by way of common sense, would say, for Christ's sake, I am who I am. Without saying it out, everybody will understand that you can read it out in any shape or form. That what the message by accepting the alternative means, look, but the bottom line is I want to wear something else. The bottom line is I'm tired of the clothes I've been putting on since you extrajudicially extradition me here, you kidnapped me, and I cannot continue to be in that clothes. I want just something else. Our leader did not demand for Ishago, no. He did not demand for something special. He just wanted a clothes. Of course, those close to him available back home, the relatives, made some choices brought to him, and these people attach some meanings to those clothes. Our leader was not after a particular type of clothes, no. So he, according to our legal professionals, they all agreed, in principle, that to serve the purpose of being clothed with something else, something clean, something, to make sure that psychologically you get somehow comfortable. So if that means you have another clothes different from what these people are insisting you must not wear, so be it. That is not what that's not his goal. So at the end of the day, he was not honored in any way possible, and he was not punished in any way possible by that. But if I were our leader, I would look at it as those people being childish. Those people deny me a particular type of clothes with some motives. I just been childish. And that is why he nodded his head in agreement and said, you know what? Just take any clothes they bring to me, provided it's not the one you're talking about, right? Are you happy now? Are you kind of satisfied? He wouldn't say that, but that's the picture you should imagine. It's like, oh, okay, don't worry, okay, but I take something else. Are you happy now? So it's like talking to a child. That's the way it went. So we are not bothered about that. Nobody should be bothered about that. All we are bothered about is he must be free out of that dungeon because he's been incarcerated in a bondage that he has never desired to be. He has never been in any shape or form supposed to be that place. So that place he is in the wrong place. It's a place he has not merited to be in any way you look at it. And that's what it's all about. He must be out of that place. That's what we should concentrate on. The other question, I don't know, Mazanachi or any of you, do you want to take that one?
Yes, hey Jody, I think Deputy Jody, he made mention of the banning of Sioux flag across Biafra land.
Yes,
the deadline, I think that
yes,
the deadline. There is no deadline yet coming from the leadership. That has HOD made mention of something like that. If there will be deadline, he will come out and make that very special announcement. That is left for the HOD to give that very announcement as a special one, if there is need to give a deadline in regards to that. And he also made mention of Isiago. Like our Deputy HOD said, we are proud of who we are. As our ancient language goes, the Igbo race, it says, he who is rejected does not reject himself or herself. That is our ancient language. And for the Zulu, it is a wonderful news for us because it reminded us of who we are. For some of us that have lost our identity, it brought back that very spirit of our ancestors that gave us that very identity
as our culture, not just cultural. That Isiago design is a kind of our identity. It has its own spiritual power. And we want to thank the DSS for reminding this very generation. We want to thank them. You know, most of these things happening now, they are historic. Historic for our generations to take note of. Take note of all these things and put it down in writing in your historical book. For those of you that are good in writing history, write these things down. These things are not just happening for happening's sake. These things has generational meaning. That when our children grows up to a meaningful age, when they begin to read about these things that has happened to our leader, they will marvel on what transpired in our generation. Do not take those things for granted that the DSS did to our leader. Denying him of our cultural identity. Historical one indeed. It wasn't our leader that brought about Isiago, no. He wasn't even born when Isiago started reigning. When our forefathers, our ancestors started using it, our generation weren't born. But this is a DSS Fulani group, gangs, denying a man from wear a cloth that represents his identity. Biafrans all across the world, we must not forget. And quite frankly, we will never forgive. They have done it, and to them, it is as usual. But we hope the international communities are taking note of all these things. These are things in a normal society shouldn't be happening. You cannot deny a man from wearing what he wishes to wear, not even to do with Biafra. No, this is Isiago. The same way a Fulani man can wear agbada. They can wear agbada. It doesn't show that they are from Arawa, whatever. No, it is cultural. But they denied him from wearing this thing. Biafrans, it is a message. He who is rejected does not reject himself or herself. We don't need to make it as an announcement for every Biafran, home and abroad, to use or start using Isiago as an occasional wear wherever you are going as occasion, representing your identity, representing who you are across not just Biafra, but across the zoo, across Africa. It is a message to us, and also a message to any Biafran putting on agbada, be it a politician putting on agbada across Biafra land. Maybe one day, as soon as we will start stoning them with eggs, baptizing that the agbada with eggs, asking them where were they when the Fulani in DSS custody rejected our leader from wearing Isiago. Where were they when they made meaning to the Isiago clothes? Be it a politician, it is time you wear that we represent, we the people, our ancient clothes, our ancestral culture. This is where we are heading to. This is where our generation is heading to. We want to thank the zoo oligarchy. We want to thank the DSS. We want to thank Justice Peter Nyako for supporting that our leader do not wear Isiago. It is only but a reminder of our generation to go back to who we are as a people, to go back to what our forefathers, our ancestors left behind for us, that we may not forget our identity, our culture, our heritage. Isiago, it has not just the physical power, but the spiritual power. That is why the DSS were in panic and denied a man from wearing his cultural clothes, not a Biafran clothes. No, this has nothing to do with Biafra design. No, it is a cultural clothes. And those who are using Agbada as a design, we will start baptizing you with X across Biafra land. As soon as you refuse to identify yourself of who you are and represent your people at all time, we will remind you that we are not only mad, we are fanatic of who we are as a people. And if you forget yourself, we will remind you of who you are. Be you a politician? Those politicians that are fond of wearing Agbada, coming to Biafra land, as far as you are in Biafra, we are that identity that represents you as our people. If you wear Agbada, we will baptize you with X across the land of Biafra. You can wear it where you go to North. You are representing them there. But when you come to Biafra land, or any occasion that has to do with the Biafra people, you must wear Isiago. It is our heritage. It is our culture. It is our identity. And that is our generation is heading to. Going forward, that is where we are heading to. If you don't like it, go to the north. The northerners have reminded us of who we are. And they told Onyendu, you cannot wear Igbo culture, Igbo clothes in the north. That is what it means. If you don't know it now. That's what I told him. You cannot wear the Isiago in the north. And you want to wear Agbada in the east, we will baptize you with eggs. There will Mazi Jonathan.
Yes. Mazi, I just want to say this in addition. If you just pose what has just happened and what the resultant effect of that today, you have a situation where more Biafrans now are buying Ishago. Those who don't have them are buying. Those who have them have been able to bring them to what you call a dry cleaner. They brought them there, had them cleaned up, and now taking pictures with their families everywhere. So they may think they have done that against us, but I tell you what, they have woken the spirit. They have woken the spirit on the ground, and in our own favor for that matter. But like Mazi said, those of them with Agbada or whatever you have, you should be very careful because Biafrans are not laughing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's it. You know, Chukwuka used to make them do, one mistake or the other is divine. And the resultant effects, we backlash on them. I have a caller, I think I have a caller that has been waiting since 15 minutes, please. I think it's going to be the last caller here on this program. Caller, and also, please, you have 3 minutes to ask your questions, please. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Good evening, Matt. I can hear you clearly. Good evening.
Welcome to the program. Please, can you your listening device is sounding? If you can.
No, my radio is not on. I am just speaking through the WhatsApp directly.
Okay.
Mazi, I name to Onyozi Biafra, but I want to give a very, very much an important information. This is what is going on right now as I'm talking to you. This is what is happening right now. Number one, at Omomozo, that place that this useless and Fulani man brought Fulani people. As I'm talking to you right now, the Nigerian soldiers
Which state is that? Your city.
I mean, Omomozo, that place, the governor of Iowa State send those Fulani people for cattle, this market.
In Aba, is that what you mean? The side of Aba?
I'm talking about in Aba, Abia State right now.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Go.
So, as I'm talking to you now, the Nigerian soldiers, the Zoo soldiers, they are moving right round right now with this Fulani people, moving in the village of Omomozo or Obrete. Right now, as I'm talking to you, the people that are living around that place right now, they have all run away because the soldiers help the Fulani people. They are moving together, house to house, looking for people to murder. This is what is going on as I'm talking to you right now. It's happening at that Omomozo area right now. Nobody in that Omomozo now is in their house. Everybody has run away from the
Nigerian
community. So are sleeping inside bush.
So the Nigerian soldiers are going with the Fulani, going to our people's houses. For what reason? For what reason?
Yes.
Under what
because of that thing that happened to, because of that thing that happened to Omomozo some days ago. They have burnt so many houses, and at that Omomozo, if they came to your house, they did not see anybody.
Okay, I understand. And yet,
this is what is happening.
Slaughter. Go on, please. Go on.
Then the other one now, the next information at Obonyos, as I'm talking to you, this happened today around 4 o'clock in the evening today. The useless Eze that called himself Eze Orata, the man that is always every blessed day, he will just come to Orata, Obonyos, he will be moving around, collecting money from the Hausa Fulani one by one to their shops. Him himself is moving around. I'm just giving this information. He's the one moving one by one to the shop, collecting money from the Hausa Fulani. That then today, as I'm talking to you today, more than all the whole Arahajis that is in Aba here, all of them came to that bonus today. That useless Eze, he carried those people, moved to the Buru pit where our people used to pour this dustbin and everything. Now he moved them to that place, asked them to carry their nama, to come carry their nama, come to that place, as the heads that almost people have sacked them off from that place, that they should come to that place, start killing their nama at that Obonyos market, Obushi market, Orata by Timberline. Today there were more than 20 or 30 something Alhajis that came to that place today. He took them around, showed them everything. This happened around 4 o'clock in the evening today. So please, I want our people, or if our people can go to this useless Eze that says that he is an Eze of Orata village, seriously warning that he should not bring those Fulani people to that Obonyos market, that timber market, that place, because he is about to cause a heavy problem between Orata and Umuzo. That is the two neighboring village on that aspect, that area. So this is the information that I want to give to our people.
Thank you.
That this is happening right now.
Thank you.
Orata and the mass. I suggest that every 16th of February should be the day of Ishiago, that everybody in the Biafra land should wear Ishiago. Let us be using, remark that the 16th of that day, that everybody should wear Ishiago in our Biafra land. So it will be a remarkable day in our life. Thank you very much, Mazima.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, one thing with this banning of Ishiago legally on our leader, it has boosted this thing. That's what I said before. It has boosted our wears, our natural traditional wears. So many people are wearing this now than ever. People that we are not even conscious are now doing it. So that is the effect, the good effect. Please, Mazi, I think this is where we're going to stop picking calls, please. I don't know, I'm trying to check whether I have other questions written. Maybe I pick one. I think Mazi, let us I don't see any other question here direct written, although there are many write-ups, so I cannot continue going through it. So Mazi, I think you people should make your closing remarks. Mazi, I don't know whether you're there. Yeah. So that
yes, I am. Thank you so much. You've done well, and the Biafrans who have been listening, we thank them so much. Before I round up, let me also say this to that very report that came in. We must be very, very careful because killings are everywhere now going on. All orchestrated by the enemies within and the enemies outside, working hand in hand. That very traditional ruler in Urata that have been mentioned, please, you have to be very, very careful. You are endangering the lives of our people, and that has to stop. If it's a warning that goes to you tonight, you have to extricate yourself completely from your evil. Our land is not a land for the Fulanese. They have their place. They call us dots, means we don't have land. So if they call you dot, why don't you tell them to go back to where they have large acres of land and a whole globe available for themselves? They should leave our land alone. They have no place. We don't need them. We don't want their cows. We don't want to eat their meats. And therefore, there is no need for them to settle anywhere for butchery. Do not indulge yourself in this evil. That very easy of Urata, do not say you are not warned. Now, we are going to go through our people that are here on this very platform to round up by way of once again thanking Biafrans and then yielding back. I'm looking at those we have here. Mazi. Let me go to Mazi from Pacific, our representative in the Pacific of the United States. Please, in 2 minutes, give a roundup by way of once again thanking Biafrans and hearing back. Thank you. Mazi Mbisi, are you there? Mazi Madu, are you there? Central region of United States.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, please, Mazi.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, good dear friends. God said a lot, and by way of conclusion, I would ask IPOB members around the world to remain strong and dedicated, follow leadership, remain IPOB under our leader, Mazuma Bekamu, and the DOS, led by Mazi Chika Iduu. We should follow the chain of command in all our dealings, respect leadership, stay strong, remain focused, and by the mercy of the Lord we'll get there. Our leader is going to get released, and we're going to go home. Thank you very much, Mazi.
Mazi, that was Mazi Mbisi. Thank you so much for your wonderful rendition. We are going to, no, sorry, that was Mazi
Mazi Ememmadu happens to be just Pope Mazi Pope Ememmadu Samson actually. He happened to be the central representative, central region of the United States. I thank him so much. He has been doing a great job. With that, we'll go to Mazi Kwamusi. Mazi Kwamusi, go ahead, please.
Leo, thank you, Deputy. Like I say, all Biafrans should be thankful to Almighty God and should be patient. Very soon, all these things will be a forgotten issue. Just for us to be patient. And I want to throw more light to the people that goes to social media to gossip. And you leave what you're supposed to do and you're gossiping in social media. And I want to ask, is Radio Biafra not in social media? Radio Biafra is in social media. So what are you talking about? If you want to listen to any social media, you go to Radio Biafra London in social media, Facebook, and every other place. I wonder why every time is always gossip. We just like gossiping. We were told specifically that what we are supposed to do is to listen to Radio Biafra. And the head of Directorate of State, Mazi Chike, and things that come, any information that comes from them, and our Iduu himself, because Iduu is the Isia for Wekabuku. So I thank every Biafrans. I ask them to keep keeping on, that God will always see us through, and He's already seeing us through. Thank you, Mazi, and God bless you.
Thank you, and God bless you too, Mazi. Thank you very much. Mazi, Chief Collins Ogunke is here, the head of Canada. Mazi, you are welcome once again to round up.
Thank you, my able deputy. I'm using this opportunity to thank each one of us that find that time to attend to this broadcast. And I also give the excuse because I'm also heading a meeting here in Canada because we have an issue with the Quebec immigration that has turned IPOB as terrorists and denying a lot of our members' papers. So I'm handling that issue. I'm having a meeting with the attorney and people involved. That's why I'm not so prominent on the broadcast now. Like the last speaker have said, and I believe the only way you get authentic news about Biafra is Radio Biafra. So many people on social media are there to make their money through YouTube and other social outlets. You cannot say you believe in God when you don't believe in Jesus Christ. DOS is the nucleus of IPOB worldwide. And they are the direct contact with Mazi Nambikando, our leader, through our lawyers. So it's only what we hear from them that is authentic about IPOB. And I urge every family, every one of us, to listen to Radio Biafra. And that's the only way we can know what is going on in Biafra. And again, all our continental coordinators, national coordinators and regional, we say duty for we to disseminate information we got directly from DOS. That's the only way we can achieve our success. At the end of everything is always difficult, but at the end of the tunnel, there's always light. Thank you, my comrades. Chief Collins Ogunke.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was from Canada. Very, very, very formidable and outstanding. And therefore, we go from here to South America, the head of South America, Martin Nachigua English.
My able deputy head of directorate, I greet you, fellow comrades, regional reps, national coordinators that have anchored this very broadcast alongside with our able anchorman, Mazi Chinedu Jonathan, I greet you all for your formidability and resoluteness. You have all made us proud and still making us proud. What I will say is we must continue and we must keep on keeping on. Biafrans, friends of Biafra, all across the globe. As we have always heard it from our leader, Biafra is not just our identity, it is our religion, our life, our culture, everything that life could give is what Biafra represents to us. Not just to us, for our children and generations to come. We heard one thing and a very clear message from our leader. While in DSS dungeon, he said something that have always kept the leadership focused to this very day. Do not fall for the shenanigans of the infiltrators, the enemies of Biafra. Remain focused. This is why the leadership remained focused to this very day and never falls to any distraction, because the enemies understand that the only way to bring confusion, to destabilize this very noble movement, is when they make you to lose focus. The question now is this: are you doing that which our leader asked you to do, or asked us to do? Focus, focus, and focus. And above all, with discipline. You know, one thing that would differentiate Biafra from any other nation across Africa will be a very well cultured discipline that our generation will bring in after the restoration of Biafra. It shall be that while either you are in government or you are in business, whatever you are doing, the disciplinary nature that have built us from this very day, while we are still in the restoration course, that is the discipline that we will bring into Biafra nation. And that will speak a lot of volume and will differentiate this very nation to be from every other African nation. Discipline is the key, and we must not fall to the tactics of those that have been paid to try to destabilize this very noble movement. Ask yourself, why are they running about? Why are they running about? To have their own network, their own group, their own association, their own movement, because they know that the game is over. They know that our leader Onyendu Mazinam Dekano will soon be out, and they understand what that means. Do not allow yourself to be part of those they will destroy. We must remain focused. We must avoid distraction. We must recognize the only leadership that this our that we call upon day and night. The only leadership that he recognizes, that is the DOS. The figure man he has appointed to hold this very leadership. Our HOD, Mazi Chike Doziem, our deputy HOD, Mazi Chukwemeka Nzurumike, and the rest of the members of the DOS. We must recognize and never to forget. We don't impose ourselves on you.
our leader whom you honor, whom you respect, selected this very noble man that we might serve you. And to this very day, he still rely upon this leadership. That is a clear message you must at all times take into your minds and never allow anyone to deceive you and never allow anyone to distract you. Now, I want to specially greet our noble men and women who are serving this motherland with all their soul and flesh. One thing, we are making it as a promise to them. Even while the restoration of Biafra might have come, his very IPOB, his very leadership, the DOS, this very movement called Indigenous People of Biafra, headed by our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We will not forget you. We will forget your family. We will not forget your children. We will not forget your wives and husbands. The fact that you volunteered yourself to serve our people, to protect our people in our land, in our forest, even after the restoration of Biafra, we will continue to honor your names. We will continue to honor your family, your children, because of what you are doing today as a member of the ESN. Have it at the back of your mind. It is as a promise, and this promise shall never be broken by this very movement and its leadership. Therefore, what you do is above money, is above silver and gold. It is what will be last historically from generation upon generation. Your name shall never be written off from the history of Biafra. Therefore, never allow anyone to buy you off with money. Never allow anyone to buy you off with silver and gold. Because what you are already doing is above money, and it is above silver and gold. For our media warriors, you are making us proud. We cannot thank you enough. You are all doing wonderfully well, and we believe once our leader is out, his very leadership, his very DOS, we shall make it known to him that you, the media, did wonderfully well while protecting this very noble struggle and while defending this very cause. I will round up his very the kind of closing remarks with the words of Patrick Henry when he was fighting the British colony, the British Empire. He is an American hero, an American legend. When the British was subjugating America to what we are going through today, the same scenario, he said a word, and I quote, "I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death." I repeat, from Patrick Henry, he said, and I quote, "I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death." That is the word we are making clear to the enemies of Africa, to the Fulani oligarchy, and to some of these British who are still supporting the continuation of the zoological republic of the Nigerian contraction.
These very IPOB, these very heavenly projects, these very divine missions that our ancestors have ordained and heaven himself have anointed. These very DOS, we are saying and making it clear. We know not what course others may take. Those whom you bribe, those whom you send to infiltrate, those who have collected money from you to betray the struggle of Biafra. We know not what others may have taken. But as for this DOS, as for this anointed IPOB movement, it is either you give us liberty, it is either you give us freedom, or you give us death. One out of the two. We have vowed to volunteer our soul for it, and there is no going back about it. It is high time we get into the negotiation table and we dialogue on the restoration of Biafra. And above all, release the Son of Man. He has done nothing contrary to the rule of law. Both national and international law. A call for referendum is a democratic process. A call for referendum is a legal process and has nothing contrary or prohibited to the rule of law. It is time we end this shenanigan and give liberty and give freedom to the people of Biafra. To this very IPOB, we are not here to head into war. No one is calling for war. We are only calling for a referendum. It is time. It is time. And it is time. There were Master Jonathan, my able and formidable Deputy Head of Directorate. I give back to you.
Mazin Zurumi, are you there?
Yes, thank you so much. I don't know. I tried getting hold of Mazi Babachiyoke. I don't know if he's back. But before that, thank you, Mazi Nachi, for that very addition. Babachiyoke, if you're back, please 2 minutes round up, please. Thank you.
My people, my predecessors that spoke before me, well done. You've spoken well, you've taken the thunder out of me. Let me use this opportunity again to thank our media warriors, especially Mazi Jonathan, who is here hosting us today. And for you, Deputy Directorate, you've done a wonderful job. I ask that we continue to do this kind of conversation from time to time to awaken our people. I so much thank all the supporters, all the freedom fighters, lovers of freedom, and the IPOB family. We shall all remain resolute. We cannot get Biafra by walking backwards or sabotaging each other. We need to have a united front, a united voice. We need to work together. You guys remember that there is an adage in Igbo land that says, together, they are both. We have not been doing that. We are lacking in that spirit. We cannot sabotage each other. Now I'm talking to the great Biafrans in Biafra land who are working gallantly, doing so many things, sacrificing their lives. I thank you all. You shall never, never be forgotten. You guys are taking the most risk. And we're going to support you guys in any way, shape, or form going forward if we have lacked in that spirit. Therefore, I ask that the family of United States, the United States leadership, come with a united voice so that we can forge ahead. We cannot be divided by one thing or the other and get there. If we are taking money from the zoo, what a shame.
Remember, the money you are taking from them is money that comes from your land. Have you thought of that? They do crumbs to destroy your own. What kind of legacy are you going to leave for your generation, future generation? Are we all going to depart this earth knowing that we did not fight gallantly? We did not do anything to hand over to our great future generations that are yet unborn. Think about that. Now the likes of Umahi, Hopelessness Adama, and all the other idiotic governors who are Biafrans. My questions for you is, do you enjoy killing your own people? Do you sleep well at night? Have you thought of the ramifications if your race is wiped off the earth? What kind of legacy are you going to leave? Are the Fulanis doing the same to their people? Why do you fall into this? Why? That's my big question. Remember, no matter what you do, no matter how many people you kill, Biafra shall emerge. If you know that, then this is the time to limit the killing, to come to the table. Let us all negotiate. When I speak to the great world leaders who are seeing this thing and keeping a blind eye, especially the British, the makers of all this problem we have, I hope you enjoying the killing, along with drinking our oil. This is the time to let us go. This is time to come to the negotiating table. Because history is not going to judge you well. If you do the right thing now, maybe the history can be rewritten. We shall all be friends again. What about you, the United Nations? Are you still United Nations that is headquartered in New York, United States? Don't you hear our cry? Don't you hear and see what is going on in Biafra land? The killing. This is the time. Otherwise, all of you will bear the nemesis of what is going to happen. All we are asking is Biafra. Nothing but Biafra. It is either Biafra or we all shall perish together. Maybe you think it is just a threat. This is a material fact. We have nowhere to go. You guys have pushed us to the wall, and we cannot go any more further. We have to turn around. Our people in Biafra land, don't give up. If they kill you, kill back. This is no longer time for you to raise your hands, because it will multiply, it will get worse. You have to fight back. It is a matter of fact. Please, let us all continue to support the ESN, our struggles, in any way, shape, or form, both financially, membership drive, being out there, sticking up your head. Let them be assured that truth. Let's be voice strong. Support each other. Otherwise, we're going to be swallowed. This Biafra must be gotten in this generation. And the world knows it. If we lose it, forget about it. We shall be scattered all over the place. And sometime you say you are the son of a Biafran, some people may not even know what the hell you're talking about. This is the time to get Biafra. Biafra is at hand. Biafra is at hand. We cannot give up. We cannot give up. This is not the time you say, yeah, you want Biafra to come, but you do nothing for it. And you're just letting a few to get it for you. Who do you want to get that Biafra for you? It is all of us together. That is what the Zoo, the Fulanis are doing. Can you imagine how they are so united? No dissenting voice. That is why they have ruled us for majority of the times since independence. We are a great race. How are the mighty fallen, the great Biafrans? Please wake up. Biafrans, please wake up. It is not yet late. But if you don't wake up now, it's gonna be late. Great Biafrans, please wake up. Great Biafrans, please wake up. The time is now. The time is now. Please wake up. As I thank you. I'm getting emotional. I can go on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, well spoken. Thank you, well echoed. Summed up in the statement that says the time is now. And I say now or now. Now or now. Great dear friends across the board, thank you very much for listenership tonight. Thank you for your doggedness. Thank you for sticking to what we've been doing. And we are going to continue doing this from time to time. We understand that you have been disenfranchised. We understand the whole suffering you are going through on the ground. We can't imagine anything worse than what you are going through. And we are saying those in diaspora are with you, that you follow the words of wisdom and words of encouragement from all across the board tonight, encouraging you to stick to the ground and hold your own peace, that you should also look forward, that at the end of the tunnel there shall be light. We understand that your situation and our collective situation is not by chance, but by a carefully planned agenda orchestrated by the Fulani Caliphate. Using the stooges on the ground, the willful tools, as they call them, they are your governors. And I ask, and I do say, somewhere indeed I read that the job of a governor is to govern his people well, isn't it? Somewhere I did read that some governors, when they govern, they should protect the lives and properties of their people when they govern. Somewhere I read that the things to make life easy for those they govern should entirely be their job. You govern people and they feel comfortable. You govern them when they work, you give them pay. You protect their lives, you provide them the necessities, the facilities they need, all the necessities in nature or in life. Then your job is done as a governor. Also, somewhere I read, by the way, that it is the duty of the governors to uplift the rule of law and stick to the law of the state where they govern. But no, what we have today are morons. What we have today are idiots from all across the board who do not know their left and right, who do not understand, cannot apprehend what it means to be a human being. And that is quite unfortunate, quite unfortunate. And despite that, Biafrans, we are asking you to continue to remain tenacious. We have always been embarking upon perseverance. We will continue to persevere. We will
continue to persevere. We have not been in the seat of power, but somehow we are surviving. What we cannot do is to vacate our land, evacuate ourselves, and make our land available for those who want to have all voice obliterated. We are not going to do that. Rather, we are going to defend ourselves wherever and whenever possible and necessary. With this, at this juncture, I will say we do collectively pledge ourselves to remember that at all times and at all places, that we Biafrans will stand tall and defend our freedom as children of Chukwuka. Hence, we will go ahead to proclaim that Biafra must remain our religion, and that here on Radio Biafra must be where we worship. That is why we say keep listening. Tell your friends to listen to Radio Biafra, not to log on Facebook. Listen to Radio Biafra. Tell your friends, tell your family members, come together, cluster together on your radios and tune in. That here on Radio Biafra must be where we worship, and that Chukwuka Biafra must remain our God. At this juncture, I say, may He, Chukwuka Biafra, bless our leader, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, bless our HOD, by the way, doing a very fantastic job, a noble and gentleman, but made of kind of stuff. Trust me. And with him, we are marching ahead on behalf of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And may He, Chukwuka Biafra, as well, bless Biafra. And I will say for me, therefore, from here, it is good evening. Mazi Jonathan, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mazin Zurumike, and our brothers that are with me today. This is where we are going to stop. Tomorrow is another day. And thank you for listening. Those that couldn't get in, that we are calling, we couldn't pick all the calls, please. Tomorrow is another day. And on Wednesday, there will be another interactive session involving Mazi Chinas Sanwo-Olu and Mazi Nachi. Please, you also have the opportunity of airing your questions that day by 7 p.m. Biafra time, please. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
Great dear friends all over the world, we are bringing this program to an end. Tomorrow we are going to continue our normal exposition. There is also a breaking news about this autopilot is been autopiloting affairs in Finland. So we are going to be talking about that tomorrow, because he's there trying to defend himself for his criminality. We are going to talk about that tomorrow, and we are going to continue with the exposition on the Iduu manipulations. Until we meet again, stay safe, stay tuned, stay informed. Shalom.